just hit me over and pulled me out. Drinking out of glass.
turned out to be the one that's still crawling. Of the little boys and the little girls that are still in there, of the 10-year-olds and the teenagers. And she was looking back at Mommy, who still holds power to her and still holds the ring. And outside of them is anger. I'm angry. I'm angry that it's taking so many goddamn people to put me together again.
Okay. I was talking for a second there, but OBS wasn't right. What up? We're streaming. Look at this. MoxieFamous is head bobbing. This is good. We're doing a stream today, call-in show. The topic is going to be your childhood. Or maybe not even your childhood. Maybe if you are with child, you could talk about your child's childhood. Or just childhood in general, I guess. The future of childhood, the past of childhood. I don't know. I did, to be honest, I didn't put a lot of thought into this topic. I just saw it was there. I was like, why not? Why not? I kind of wish I had put some thought into it, because now I'm realizing like people are going to be telling me about their childhood. I'm going to have to be understanding or something. Ugh. Hate doing that. Hate understanding. I won't, I'll be honest with people. I won't understand more than I'm capable of, which is not very much. But you could talk about your childhood. We could talk about the fun parts or the sad parts. Everyone's got both. I assume everyone's got a bit of both. God, I hope. If you didn't have a bit of both of those, we'll be able to tell. You'll be a freak, some sort of freaking freak. Anyway, we're gonna talk about that. I don't really have anything to say about my childhood. I was trying to think of a funny story, but I think I've told a lot of childhood stories already on this stream in episodes past. So I don't know. Well, just to see what gets dug up from the callers, what's related to their childhoods. I'll try to relate. The TMH tries to relate stream. We'll see how well it goes. The music from this stream is from an artist called Stomach Book, formerly known as Gibral. And Gibral was featured on the Subatama television stream that was last March. One of their albums called Cat Soup. But today we're going to be playing Stomach Book's album, Stomach Book. So if you like the music, you can check the description of this video. There's a link to the Bandcamp and the SoundCloud. Very easy to find. The HUD, the overlay on the stream is from Slouch. Slouch is a very talented animator. He's also in the description of this video. You can check out his animations. On the screen, on the computer screen, on your computer screen, is MoxieFamous, who is the guy who prints, trims, staples, folds, collates, all the zines. The zines, the Mighty Lighthouse. I do this every time. It's going to be fucking boring. But the Mighty Lighthouse is the zine. The zine is called the Mighty Lighthouse. It's a collection of submissions from people, from listeners like you. Like you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, buddy boy. Anybody can submit to the zine, and in fact, it's usually we got this Discord server where a lot of the submissions happen. We open it up occasionally, like every few months. This is one of those occasions. If you go in the description of this video, again, this is where all the action is. In the description of the video, you'll find a link to the Discord server where we make the Mighty Lighthouse. If you go to the Bullpen Zine or Bullpen Cigarette channels, you can submit writing and art to either of those projects, the zine and Signal Return. We just sent out 380 of Volume 3, Issue 9 of the zine. There's still a handful left to send out. MoxieFamous printed 380 at first, and now he's working on getting the rest of them made, plus a few extras. You can still order this zine. That link, guess where it is? It's also in the video description. You can order a physical copy of this zine, and it looks very nice. MoxieFamous does a great job. You don't have to order it, though. It's not a requirement to read the zine. You can also go to theminutehour.com/zines, and you can read a PDF of any of the zines. All the past zines are up there. And this one will be up there. It'll be up at the end of the month. We like to get the physical versions out there first. And once everyone's got their physical edition, then we put the digital edition online. And that is, of course, totally free. And the physical copy is $5 plus shipping, which is like $1.20 or something for most people, and it's like $3 if you're way outside the country. If you're in Canada, it's not as much, but if you're way outside the country, if we got to cross an ocean to send the zine to you, it's gonna be like $2 more. Just not bad. It's all right. I don't set those prices. That's the USPS. Before we take calls, we're not taking calls at this moment, but we will be doing that very soon. I'm gonna see if I can contact MoxieFamous through this. Moxie, can you hear me? No. Oh wait, because he's not listening to this. Oh God. He'll hear me eventually. He's on a delay because he's listening to the stream. So we can watch him now. Moxie, you're saying something. I can't hear you. Who's Moxie talking to? He'll figure it out. He's one step away from figuring it out. Oh, he's typing. Hold up, everybody. Hold up. MoxieFamous is typing. I'm gonna relay to you what he's typing right now in real time as soon as I see it. I'm in the boys' voice chat. So am I, bro. You're muted. I gotta type back. You're muted, bro. Double exclamation mark. Because this is urgent. Yeah. This is all going according to plan. Alright, so how's everyone doing? How's your day going? Oh yeah, I can't hear you because you haven't called in yet. We're going to be doing that in a second. If we are running into continuous technical difficulties here, I'll just move straight along. Moxie, you're still muted. Is it my fault? It's not my fault. We can't hear you, Moxie. Oh God, we can't hear you still. I'm loving this because it's usually my fault. Oh. But this is all Moxie's fault. Did I mute him? Oh, damn it. Did I mute him? Oh, muted by me. Oh, no, it was my fault. It was my fault. Okay, it was my fault. You were muted by me. I don't know. Actually, I don't know why that happened. I usually never mute you. All right, so that was my bad. I was just relishing that you screwed up a tech thing, and it was not true. It was me.
I heard everything you said.
I saw everything you were saying, but I could not hear it. So what do you got set up here, Moxie? What's this blue thing?
This is the pre-seed machine.
Wait, Moxie. I screwed up more. Your voice is not coming through. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, is it working now?
Yes, people can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so what is that blue thing you got there, Moxie?
Oh, this blue thing, this is the creasing machine that I got because the booklet machine is broken. So now I can crease the pages so it's easier to hand fold them.
We used to have a booklet machine?
Yeah, we had a big fat hunk of shit. Actually, I wonder if I could roll it in.
How old was that thing?
I don't know how old that one was, but it's like a model from the 80s. They just never update anything. You know, like industrial machinery. But mine was probably at least 20-something years old. It was barely alive when I got it. And I had to drive over to like slightly north of Chicago to get it. Pick it up in person, bought on eBay. It was like 1,000-mile round trip.
Jesus.
My dad was visiting, so we just road tripped out there together. Left at like
nice.
5 a.m. Got there in the afternoon and talked to the guy for a little bit, shot the shit, drove back home, got back at like 11 or 12. It was a whole day-long endeavor.
God. How many zines do we get out of that thing before it shit the bed?
Oh, man. Well, let's see. I got it not too long after I moved here, I think. So, it lasts about 3 years.
Yeah.
And,
that's not bad.
You know, we got, probably 2,000 or 3,000 issues through it or something like that.
So what does this creasing machine do in relation to the booklet machine? What did the booklet machine do?
If the booklet machine was working all the time, which it didn't, you would put a stack of paper in there, it would staple it, and then it would go down to some rollers and come back up, which would fold it, and then it would go out. So it would just staple and fold it, basically. But then the stapler broke and I had to hand staple stuff anyways.
Yeah.
So I was doing that, and then it's some other part of it stopped working, and I had to like open it up, and I was like clamping a paint stirring stick onto it to get the right balance to make this thing keep working because it was not working. And then now it'll do like 3 or 4 issues before like things start dying down. It won't kick out the zines. It's been on its last legs for the last couple of issues. So I thought need to find a different option. So I got this guy, and now every single sheet of paper gets put through, gets a crease down the middle, and then afterwards I collate everything, do the hand stapling like I used to do, and then it folds really nice by hand, really quick.
And this thing also looks ancient. This looks like some sort of counting machine from the 50s.
Yeah, it's just industrial shit. Always looks ancient. Mm-hmm. It's just metal. It's a motor turning a thing with some like wheels that are held on. It's the simplest shit in the world. It's just got a really sturdy metal construction, so that can go through shit. And it went through shit. Getting here was broken when I bought it right out of the box. Had to fix it and do some upgrades, but hey, it's working. It was like $150.
So now you've got 2 devices that do what the booklet machine used to do, because you also built like a little staple thing.
Yeah. Where is that? Let me grab it.
What do you call that? A jig? Oh, he's gone. Never mind. I knew the answer anyway. I was just saying, what do you call that? Give Moxie a chance to say something.
Yeah, I've got a stapling jig I made.
A jig?
Jig.
What does that mean?
So yeah, I don't know. It's just a little doodad you put together to do some other shit. You know?
Okay, I see. So it's got like a couple staplers. Like, is it glued or like how's it affixed to that wood?
It's just in there in place. I can pull them out if I want, but it's like all the wood is like glued so that it really is just in place. Wow, that camera quality going through Jitsi is pretty choppy.
It goes up and down. It's also
comes and goes, huh?
It's probably partially my terrible computer that can't handle running Discord and OBS and the
It's
internet.
another thing your fault here?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't build the computer. I just bought it with my low amounts of money.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have
Good
what was
job.
your computer? Did you build a computer or did you what was your deal?
Yeah. Mine's like a Ryzen 7. I don't remember all the specs of it, but it's a decent one because I use it for like everything. You know, if you make a living from your computer, you better invest a little bit into it.
That's good advice, but I don't make a living at all is the problem.
I probably make less of a living than you do.
Well, you're a hustler though. Like you sell stuff on eBay. Like
Yeah.
you would
Blu-rays.
you would be appalled at how much little cash flow is coming through this household.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty used to low cash flow.
Yeah, we're both we know how to live on very few dollars.
Yeah.
I just made a giant vat of soup out of this chicken I'd canned from a couple weeks ago because chicken was 99 cents a pound. So I already had the chicken. I already had the chicken stock, and I made 4 quarts of soup, which I put into pints. So really, 8 good servings of soup for like $10 worth of vegetables that I had to just chop into it.
Hell yeah.
Love doing that shit.
After that last stream, I went out grocery shopping to stock up since I didn't like leave the house for 2 or 3 weeks while I was working, and I just went to like that the small clearance food place nearby, and I got 2 10-pound boxes of frozen like fruit, like frozen smoked food service pork chops,
Okay.
and a 10-pound box of like smoked rib ends and pieces offcuts.
Nice.
And that was $35 for 30 pounds of 30 pounds of shit. So I've been eating that, and I've been getting back into the fasting thing too, because like I like doing that intermittent fasting, which that definitely helps save when it comes to money. Like this last week, I ate Monday night, Thursday night, Saturday afternoon, and I'm gonna eat later tonight because I've got leftovers. I've had 3 meals this week. That'll save you some money.
Jesus, yeah. Starving yourself. I've never heard of that kind of fasting for like multiple days. I always thought intermittent fasting was like, you've got like some like 4-hour window every day that you're allowed to eat in.
Yeah, I mean, there's different versions of it. Like I for quite a while I was doing like 1 meal a day, and that's where you got like you basically have 1 hour in the day to eat whatever. That one works pretty well. Like most of the time, like I like doing the fasting thing because I get like lots of like back pain and inflammation problems, whatnot, and fasting helps with that. So just like whenever I'm like in pain and hell, I'm just like I just need to stop eating for a couple of days and deal with this. And and also like what also helps me is being active, like going out hiking or whatever, which I don't do when I'm working on the zine. I'm just like sitting at a computer all day babysitting printers, so it's just like that's all hell. But like when I'm not doing that, man, I'm at my peak when I'm like eating, when I'm like doing the fasting thing and I'm going out hiking like 5 to 8 miles a day. Like one day I did I think it was like a 32-mile hike, and I was 40 hours
Jesus.
into a fast, and I was
Whoa.
feeling so good, man. That was good.
By like delirious type good, like
No, just like healthy. Drinking a lot of water, electrolytes, all that. Getting out, being active. That's
hey,
when I'm
I
at my
neglected to mention you're freaking hairless now.
best. Oh yeah, I got rid of all that shit.
The last
I don't
stream
like
you
it
had a
anymore.
full beard and long flowing hair.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't like having long hair. I just had it long because I had some little film projects where I wanted to have it. And I either filmed those parts or I gave up and decided that those ones didn't need the long hair and beard. So I've been suffering with that shit for over 2 years. I hate it. So I got rid of it.
Do you have plans for the hair?
Come on, you know me.
You have plans, but you won't. But
Yeah,
people will
yeah.
see when the time is right.
You know me.
Something terrible is gonna happen. Was this a fasting idea, or is this the norm?
This is the norm. Yeah.
Okay, this wasn't you 40 hours into a fast after a 30-mile hike. Like,
No way, man. No way. I'm clear of mind in that when I'm in that state, man.
All right, Moxie. We've been talking about food this whole time, but that was the topic of last stream.
Oh yeah.
The topic of this stream is childhood, which let's not get into yet. We'll do that with the boys. But what I wanted to talk with you about is you're going to be working on these extra zines of the last issue. We just sent out like pretty much everybody's zine last week. Most people in the U.S. should have it by now. But you're doing like some extras, some overflow, and also some people can order a few more.
Yeah, we're aiming for 500, but I was only limited supplies, so I was only able to get like 375 out last time.
Right.
This time, we'll see how many there are. I'm gonna go until all the paper's gone, but to do that, I mean, I have to like go through all the piles because different piles will have different like. You can't really know anything until you actually put all the zines together because some piles. Like that page has way more jams or more misprints and just
there's
shit's
like
all over the place. So it's like get it down enough and then you know how much to aim for and then you just finish it all off. And I just barely got all this finally done this like at like 1:30 or 2 or something.
All the printing?
Today. Yeah, because these printers and the people that ship me ink from eBay not very good at that. So like there's a bunch of ink in the mail and I've just been having to like do a lot just between these two printers to make what ink I have go through it, and I wasn't sure it was going to make it, but I went through all this so I can do all these piles, crease them today, start collating them. I can do some stapling, maybe folding, and then on Monday or Tuesday when the other ink comes in and I can print the other stuff and even everything off, then I can do the rest of this then and do trimming. So I should be done by probably, I want to say Wednesday with all these, and then I'll be shipping them over to you.
Yeah, so if you order the zine now, like today, it will probably be shipped out either like late next week or very early the week after, so you would be getting it the week. Oh man, I don't even know. It's too hard to say. The next week after the next week, 2 weeks from now.
I mean, see, if I get all these finished off on Wednesday, I can probably get them shipped out that day, and it'll probably be, depending on the weight, it's either medium mail or it's UPS ground. Last time it was UPS ground. That might even show up to you on Saturday, but more likely Monday. So you could probably get them in your hands early next week, then however long it takes you to divvy them out and mail them.
Yeah, it'll take me like a day after I get it, and then it's like 2 days from me putting them in the mail to people getting them. In the U.S., it's very, very different for all international countries, and I have no idea how long it takes. Generally, over a week. If you're in Australia, it takes like months. Australia is fucked up. There's something wrong with that country. I don't know exactly what it is.
Or it just never shows up sometimes, right?
There's all kinds of, like, they told me when I went to the post office like 6 months ago, so maybe a zine ago, that Australia just isn't taking mail. They said, like, you can ship things to Australia now, but it will just remain in a holding facility for like indefinitely. Like it's because of COVID shit. It's like they're still doing COVID shit to the extent that like we are not going to deliver mail because of COVID, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so this zine is basically in the books. It's basically done. Moxie's doing the last of it. and like he did the trimming last time. This stream he's gonna be doing, like you said, the creasing.
Yeah, I should be able to do like a little bit of everything other than the printing. Like, nobody wants to watch that.
No,
But,
yeah.
last time when I was doing the big fat stacks, those took like 40 minutes a stack to do the creasing on. These are probably half. So, 20 minutes a piece. I'll be through all this and I'll be hand collating and probably get to some stapling and some folding. You can see everything. And I'll probably change the camera angle once all that's going on so it's more visible.
So this issue is basically done. The next issue is going to be the last issue of Volume 3, Issue 10, and that's one that you are doing all the design and layout for.
Yeah.
We've got an open Discord invite now to the Discord server where the majority of submissions come through. Did you want to give your prompt now?
Yeah. I'm thinking on, just so people know, I'm thinking the theme on this final issue is going to be pro-smoking, pro-tobacco. And I suppose you could submit stuff about other vices as well, but, that's going to be my main focus, is making it very tobacco-friendly.
And in the past, there have been themed issues of the zine, but we kind of figure it out after the submissions. This would be, I think this is the first time we're prompting.
No, I think on the technology special, there's been a few where we have said beforehand, but most of the time it's figured out afterwards. But it's nice when you know what the theme's going to be to like focus and get ideas. So yeah, it's going to be pro tobacco, pro smoking. Go for it.
Anything related to that, it's general enough to prompt that you could do a lot of things with that.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, cool, Moxie. I'm gonna start taking calls now, and then I'll come back to the boys after the first break. So I'll be talking to you then.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna grab another beer and then get going on this shit.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right.
Okay. I fucked up all that tech in the beginning. Good start. Okay. We're going to start the calls now. Let me go, man. Where's all the shit? Okay. I just turned off Do Not Disturb mode on the number. The number is 518-288-7938. Excuse me. You can call in and talk to me about childhood. We haven't even mentioned childhood. Okay, wait. We got a call.
Call from
East Sweezy.
East Sweezy.
Hey, it's Mr. The Minute Hour.
What do you know? What's going on, brother?
Oh, hi shit.
Sorry, what?
High as shit.
Oh, you're high as shit. You're smoking?
Yeah, on that good marijuana.
Oh my God. Where are you? What's your location? What's your coordinates? I've got
Washington, D.C.
All right. That's not specific enough. I was going to forward it to the FBI.
Oh, I can visit them. I can just walk to the White House. I can go say hi to Biden.
Bro, you ever smoke a big bowl and go up to the White House and have a good think?
I think I might get tackled by Secret Service if I do that.
Well, not right up on those. Yeah, you shouldn't go right up to the White House. Shouldn't post up, but just right outside those big black metal gates, just rattle them around a little bit.
You can't let me in. I'm just going to smoke a joint out here.
All right, East Sweezy. The topic today is childhood. What was your childhood like?
Oh, same as today. Very, very stoned. I was high since I was a young lad.
How young?
12.
My goodness. East Sweezy. Who introduced you to this green weed?
The internet.
Oh.
You see, I was like, I'm bored and I want to play video games. and I was playing a lot of MMOs. I was playing RuneScape and stuff, and I was young, but I somehow found myself on Erowid and reading about trips and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that sounds so cool. What is this shit? And I discovered weed. And I read about weed, and I'm like, well, this seems mild. So I got, I talked to my friend who was a grade up. He ripped me off for a 10 bag, and I smoked it out of a ballpoint pen that I took apart.
Crafty.
And I got so high the minute hour. I got so high.
This was your first time ever when you're 12.
First time. I was seeing light spiders come out of the walls, man.
Oh, that's scary.
Light spiders.
Was that fun, or was that scary?
I mean, they were friendly.
Oh, okay. You had the
friendly.
you had the good vibes going. That it made this potentially scary imagery actually good.
Yeah, the body buzz is what kept me relaxed.
Right.
I was pretty much sedated and locked in place.
And you were like, you know what? I could do this for the rest of my life.
And so I did.
Dude, I remember having an Erowid phase, looking up all the drugs, reading up. I was convinced to RoboTrip from that website. And
You did?
And do salvia? Yes.
Wow.
You ever done salvia?
Yes, I have.
Dude.
Yes, I have 3 times.
As a young man, or was this more recent?
As a young man.
Tell me about your salvia experience.
Well, the first time I did it, my friend got some out of this really sketchy BP gas station.
Oh.
It was like 50x salvia.
Oh, right, because they just sell it around. It's not illegal.
Yeah, it's still legal, I believe. You can still buy it. Not that anyone should do it, but...
Yeah, tell us what happened.
So I took it home, and I took one big rip. And right when I blew it out, my vision started cutting out into hexagons. And it looks like my vision turned into a cookie cutter. And all the colors were really intense in these little cells of hexagons. And it got super, super, like, intense on the body. Like, I felt like I was traveling at Mach speed. And I just suddenly, boop, and it just stopped. And I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. And then I did it again the next year.
How did it feel like a long time when you were in there? Or was it like just a quick in and out?
It felt like 20 minutes, but it was more like 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. It's my theory that, and this is based on the educational information at Erowid.net or whatever the hell it was. I haven't been on there in a while. Is that salvia doesn't have the euphoria side effect. Really, an important side effect when taking any drugs is that it comes with some prepackaged euphoria, because that's like what makes it all okay. Is like, I'm seeing crazy shit, but I feel really great, and it's like, oh, cool, light spiders coming out of the walls. That's pretty cool. But salvia is just gives you the most crazy visual hallucinations imaginable with no euphoria. And it's just terrifying. It's like you've gone straight to hell and you're going to be doomed to be there for the rest of your life.
It's like an intense psychedelic trip, something like shrooms, but times 6,000 and shortened into like a 30-second window.
Yeah, it's too much. You get up there too quick.
The reason it's legal is because, yeah, it can do like crazy mental harm, but like it's not going to do anything to you physically. You're not going to get addicted to it, like heroin or meth or something.
But you watch those videos of people taking salvia on YouTube. Those are allowed still. And they get up and start like sprinting somewhere. That can't be safe.
You ever see Miley Cyrus do it?
No.
I think it was Miley Cyrus that took a big old bong rip of it.
And start freaking out?
She just started like laughing, and I think she like rolled on the floor or something.
Yeah, that's a weird one. All right, hey, East Sweezy, thanks for calling in. We barely talked about childhood, but we sort of did, so it's all right.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Hey, have a good one. Can I take this?
Call from
Michael Jackson.
Hello?
Hey, what you doing?
I'm sorry, what?
Hey, what you doing talking about childhood? Some people don't have childhood.
What do you mean? Was this Michael Jackson? Is that the name that came through?
Yes.
This is the ghost of Michael Jackson?
No, I'm not a ghost. I faked my death.
You what?
I faked my death.
Oh, you faked your death. Why? To escape the media?
Because people were saying I was like molesting children, but really I was just like thinking about it.
How did they know? How did the media know you were thinking about it?
I don't know. I guess I'm just a weird guy.
All right, well, Michael, this is incredible then to have you on. First of all, big fan of the music and all that shit. You know what I mean?
What's your favorite song?
Rock With You.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Michael. You made all those songs. Okay, so...
Me and very talented people did. Yes, sure.
Oh, that's nice of you to spread the love. I'm not going to ask you like where you are or anything because this is obviously private information. You're in hiding.
Mexico.
Okay.
If any kids want to come, I'll read the street address if you want to.
So, Michael, you're saying you don't want to molest kids. That was all blown out of proportion, right?
No. Yeah, I just want to hang out with them and play with them in my music park in my backyard and eat cookies, and it just be charming.
Okay, so you just want to have a good time with kids.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get them drunk
Get them drunk?
and make them fight.
Michael. All right. I'm going to just move right on past that because I don't, I want to protect you because I enjoy your music, Michael, and I don't want to be part of the problem. So
It's play boxing. We have big boxing gloves, and it's very charming.
And that's normal.
We hang out in the bed. We watch movies.
Okay, all right. But the fighting part, that's normal. Like kids gotta, they got a roughhouse, and you're saying it's with big soft gloves, and
yeah, in a bouncy house.
Yeah, that sounds like heaven for a child. Sounds like kitty heaven.
Yeah, so everybody come to my house and come fight in my bouncy house.
In Mexico.
In Mexico.
Where the rules, are a little less strict, I imagine. On
No, the rules are really straight. The cartels will cut my goddamn head off if I don't make this money.
Oh, the cartels don't like the bouncy house.
Yeah. They say, I'm paid away their drug money because kids love to play, not do drugs.
I didn't quite catch that. Kids like to play and not do drugs? What does that have to do with the cartel? The cartel doesn't like that.
Yeah, because they're taking away our kid business.
From the gangs. You're recruiting kids and you're stealing their recruits.
Yeah, I'm stealing their recreation.
How long do you keep the kids around, Michael? Is it like a weekend visit, or are they? Do they have free reign over your estate? Do they just hang around?
I try to keep them as long as I can.
What's the longest? What's the longest you've held a child?
Because there's this awesome movie called Live Rip with David Bowie.
I I didn't catch that, Michael. I only caught you sniggering at the end of that.
That is a racist term.
I meant snickering.
Okay.
All right, Michael, you know, this is I don't want to get in trouble for talking to you. I feel like it's illegal to talk to you if you are alive.
Get the big damn old nut.
Classic Michael. Well, hey, I love that. Yes, thank you so much for all the music you've made, and I'm glad to hear you're not a true pedophile. You're just a man who enjoys the company of children.
I tried to get a kid to beg my butt all the time, but they didn't do it.
All right, I gotta go now, Michael. It's good talking to you.
You a smooth criminal.
Call
Michael
from
Jackson.
Christopher.
Wow. Christopher.
Hi.
Yo, what's up, dude?
How's it going, man?
Nothing much. We're just doing this stream. It's ostensibly about childhood, but we've barely brushed on the topic.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of crosstalk going on. A lot of non-childhood things being talked about.
We'll see if we can rein it in by the end, but maybe we'll just change the topic afterwards and say it was a free-for-all.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you put on a good show either way, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you. Hey, can you just mute the stream? Because I can hear me asking you things 1 second
Oh,
after
no,
I
I'm
ask
so
them.
sorry. Okay.
That's all right. But hey, did you want to talk
How's
about
that?
childhood?
Yeah, sure, I could talk about my childhood. I mean, there's not too much to talk about. It's pretty regular. I had a good childhood, you know. Dad, mom, loving family.
What's the
great
sibling?
uncle.
What's the sibling situation?
Only child.
Only. I used to think
Only child.
it was called a lonely child. When I was a child, I thought it was the lonely child.
Well, it was. I could see it being kind of lonely. Yeah. I mean, I had my uncle in my life a lot, and he was a great guy, real good guy.
What's the deal with him?
I mean, he was a lot, you know.
What's the deal with your uncle?
He was a good guy, man. We were real close. Yeah.
From when you were a little one, or was
yeah,
there?
like around 10, 12, around that age. We got real close. He had a rocket body. I mean, it was just like I inspired to be like him, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is the first.
He played a lot of great music. He had a lot of really, really passionate work in his music. It was.
What kind of music?
Yeah. It was like bossa nova, I'd say.
Ooh, love
At least
me.
that's what he
Love
played like
some
when I was
bossa
around.
nova. Was he like with a
He wrote
band?
me. No, he just made his own music in his own free time. Wrote me some songs. That was nice of him.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, I'm an uncle now. I'm an uncle to like something like 8 or 9 nieces and nephews.
Different children?
Yeah, all kinds of children.
What are your siblings getting up to, man?
Dude, they're boning like
They're-
crazy.
Real rocking the bed. Yeah, damn.
It's wild. It's wild. It's a wild and crazy ride. I think they're all mostly done.
Do you ever think about that? Like, not in a weird way, but like...
My siblings having
this-
sex with their spouses.
Yeah. But like, not in a weird way. You know, like...
I've thought about it once or twice.
Yeah, you know, like, it's kind of like weird to think about, you know? And it's like, hey, what are they doing? Oh, yeah, I can picture that.
You know, you just
that's
wonder.
interesting.
You just you
Yeah.
wonder what is their sex like?
Yeah.
How do they do
I
it?
thought about it a few times, my uncle, and I didn't mind
with
that.
you thought about your uncle having sex with people?
Yeah, like other people, not
Not you.
no.
That would be you know.
No, that'd be weird. Yeah.
I mean, you know, but whatever. It's all right. You know, if you just you know, just have a brief imagining of like what would it be like if my
Uncle, yeah, to
is your
But I
uncle
think my
alive
childhood-
today?
no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What
That
happened?
was a tough day for me. I'm sorry?
What happened?
Oh, I mean, it's not something I like to talk about very often.
All right, that's fine.
But my therapist says I should come to terms with it. It was accidental. So it wasn't like it was my fault or anything. I was a young guy, I was a young kid. I didn't know what was going on. So.
Your uncle had an
there's rules about
accidental.
how you're supposed to store firearms around children, and it's just not. It's not. Hey, what happened in the past? It's in the past,
Yeah, I totally agree and understand. It seems like what you're getting at is that. Did your uncle die of a gunshot wound?
No. He had a heart attack.
Ah.
Yeah, but it was in the proximity of a gun. So I'm against. I like the gun control.
I don't want to pry. I
Yeah.
hate to pry.
Of course.
But I just got to understand what happened here. What is the uncle with the gun? What happened?
Well, he had this like lakeside cabin that we'd go up to.
Nice.
Every few weeks, just me and him hanging out.
Ooh.
Guys being gay.
Yeah.
And taught me some hunting stuff.
Mm.
And we'd go out, little things, squirrels, ducks, that kind of thing.
Sure.
And I decided that I would be a nice young man for him and take it upon myself to go hunting. And it was a little bit late, but I was going to provide him with a breakfast in the morning. That was the idea. A nice just breakfast.
A hunted
And
breakfast.
personally hunted breakfast. So
That does sound
go up
nice.
to his room, grab the rifle, and it went off on its own. Swear to God, went off on its own
Mm.
as I was pulling it out of the case.
I see.
Yeah. And the startling of it, I suppose. He sat up in bed, eyes bulging, clutched his chest.
My God.
Yeah.
So you were the only one there.
I was the only one there, and 12-year-old. What am I gonna do?
What did you do?
Well, I held him as he went, and gave him a little peck on the forehead, to set him off on his journey through the stars.
So he was just like insta dead. There was no let's call an ambulance and see if we can salvage something.
Well, like the shock of it all. In the moment, it's really hard to kind of coordinate thoughts like that, especially at 12. I didn't know what to do.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
You needed one of
morning,
those shock blankets.
A shot blanket?
People
that are
say
shocked?
they're like you're in shock and they put a blanket on you and that's the cure.
Is that really a cure? I don't know about that.
I've only seen it on television. I don't know. I've never been in shock.
Warm and cozy,
Yeah, it's like, I'm not. This isn't so shocking after all. I feel fine. I
Yeah.
feel nice right now.
Feel cuddled. Yeah.
Well, dude, that's
But other than that, good childhood.
All right,
what I'm saying?
nice.
Like I had a good life. Yeah.
just one little blemish, and
blemish, that's it.
you're not gonna. It doesn't ruin your relationship with your uncle. You had a great relationship.
Fantastic. Yeah.
And that was
I
just
would never. Yeah, it was great.
Just kind of weird way to cap it off, I guess. But he didn't have a wife or a family of his own, so it's not like you
He didn't
were.
have a wife. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah. So it's like,
He was a good-looking guy. Weird that he didn't.
could have been
Yeah,
worse.
anyway.
Could have been worse, is what I was saying. So, dude, thanks for calling in. Thanks for telling us about your childhood.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you for doing what you do.
Oh, no problem. Hey, have a good
Yeah.
one.
You too. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right. 2 out of 3 of these call-ins, I'm calling it, they're jokers. Just jokers having a good time. You know, I thought for a second that was the real Michael Jackson, but I think, you know, I don't...
Call from
Michael.
Uh-oh. Different Michael. Michael!
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm great. We're supposed to be doing a call-in show about childhood today. What do you think about that?
I got a lot of stuff in my childhood I'd like to talk about.
Oh, yeah? Let's start with one thing.
Okay.
Whatever one you want.
Anything that I want?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where to start.
Okay, so from a really young age, my parents wanted me to be in like they're kind of like, you know, footsteps. They wanted me to be an anthropologist.
Your parents are both anthropologists.
Yes, they're both anthropologists. They work at the San Diego University. It's kind of fucking crazy, like State University there.
Could you quickly tell me what that means? What is that? What is anthropology? What does an anthropologist do? Is it like an archaeologist?
Yeah, kind of like that. I've been with them. They took me on their fucking like trips down to South America and shit, like tons of times, like fucking down to like Peru and like in the Yucatan and shit. It was pretty weird. Yeah.
So you're traveling a lot when you were a kid.
Yeah, dude, it was fucking crazy. You should have seen like the amount of bills we racked up. I don't even know how they paid for it.
Nice. They're anthropologists. They know the secret ins and outs of these cultures.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so they wanted
really wacky fucker.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. You go first. That's okay.
They wanted you to be an anthropologist like them.
Yeah. I failed them though. I didn't really get that far. We were at a dig site. I think, I don't know, they told me it was fucking Tikal or some shit. I was like, I don't know, maybe like 5 miles out. And I was with them and I fucking broke some shit. And
some anthropology shit?
Yeah, it was like a fucking Mayan mural or something. They told me to hold on to it. I was 16 at the time.
Oh, God.
And from what I understand now as a 25-year-old man is that those murals aren't very common. So when I broke that, I kind of ruined everything between me and my parents.
What happened? What happened with the mural that broke it?
Can I tell you the truth? I was pretty high. I was, you know, how stupid fucking kids are. I was baked out of my fucking mind, and they told me to hold it, and I was trying to like hold it up to the sun. And I couldn't see because of all the fucking trees that were covering it, and I fucking dropped it on a rock, and it fucking split in two.
Oh, mama.
Dude, the university was pissed. They fired my dad.
Oh, my God.
Over it. Yeah, I know. It's pretty fucked up.
Wow.
After that, he started drinking, kicked me out of the house, told me he was working there for about like 20 years, and he got fired over that. I felt I don't know, my mom fucking hated me for it, man.
Wow.
I'm living in fucking Wyoming now. I'm nowhere near that shit. So you keep me away from fucking Smithsonian. I'll probably break a fucking statue or something.
So your parents wanted you to be an anthropologist, then you destroyed their careers.
Yeah, I you should see my mom now. She's a fucking wreck.
Oh my God. Because of this one incident?
Yeah.
Wow.
They okay, so because I was like, you know, being young, I was a stupid fucking kid. I was like dealing drugs out of the house. The police raided the house. That didn't really look good at the university. My mom lost her job too because of that.
Oh my God. Dude.
Yeah, I ruined everything, dude. They still pay for shit for me though. They still feel bad, so.
Well, that's pretty good.
You know, I don't work. I live in a trailer.
You don't work?
So, no, you should. Man, I got a ton of their shit in my trailer. That's what I furnish it. People come over to the people who I work with in this fucking like cement paving company. They don't know shit about this. I show them this fucking like headstone, like head sculpture thing, and they're like, "What the fuck is that?" I just took it from my parents' house.
And they're both alive now. Are they just?
Yeah, they're both alive.
What are they doing now?
think my dad's working as like a truck driver in Michigan or some shit. My mom's, I think she's like tutoring at like a college in Washington or some shit. They
Okay.
split up, I think, in like 2013. I don't know.
Dude, bro, you ruined your parents' lives.
I break everything I touch.
Are you still smoking weed to this day? Did that teach you to never smoke weed again, or did it not do anything?
No, I went down the path. I kept going down the path. I met this girl once. She got me off of it. It was going good for a while, but I got back onto it. You know, it helps with my anxiety. Otherwise, I just start breaking shit. So, but I also break shit when I'm high. So it's like I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work out too good.
God damn. You know, usually, yeah, when people talk about like their childhood, they talk about like things that their family did to them and how it fucked them up. So I appreciate.
Well, no,
that.
I did a lot of shit to them. That's the funny thing. You know, it's the other way around.
Yeah, I appreciate this perspective. I gotta let you go now, but this is a great story. Thank you for telling me that.
All right.
All right, have a good day, man.
Okay.
Oh man, whoops.
Call from.
Dylan?
Okay, I've sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
Thanks, Google. I accepted the call, and I was on the call for 5 seconds. But Google was very nice and sent them straight to voicemail. Sorry, Dylan. And now the calls are not coming through. Oh, if I could find Dylan's number, I could call him back. Oh, god damn it. Is this guy? Is this Dylan? No, it's the guy I called earlier. Alright, let's just call someone from this list. How about this guy? God, that's loud.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you called me back.
Who is this?
This is Riley.
Riley. Good to talk to you, bro. Did we talk to you last stream?
Yes, you did. And let me even quickly check if I'm calling you.
Eh?
I think it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going, Riley?
It is going good. Yeah. How are you this fine day?
Good. We're talking about childhoods today.
Yes.
We've gotten a couple of strange stories so far, and one real one. Would you like to tell us a real story or a fake story about your childhood?
I mean, I could tell you probably, yeah, like a version of my childhood that's maybe even has some exaggerations in it, but yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah. Can anybody tell a real version of their childhood? Like, it's all just their warped child perspective that we're trying to look through.
And we always look at it with rose-colored glasses and say, you know, yeah, I kicked that guy's ass, and I did, you know, some of the other callers seem like they were definitely talking about some of the shittier phases that they had, but I mean, I don't know. I would say, like, my childhood, I'm still kind of a child at heart, even though I really have probably been smacked enough to, yeah, get grown up a bit, but I think the point being, I've always been obsessed with kind of like mind games and stuff. Like, I remembered I used to be really into chess back when I was a kid. I used to be kids in chess and checkers at, like, you know, the chess clubs and stuff, but then I did start getting into, like, actual chess, like, you know, like tournaments and stuff, and yeah, I'll admit in that I began to realize that, yeah, I might have thought I was the shit at, like, my local school, but yeah, there are kids who, like, will destroy you in the chess tournament, and yeah, they have been studying the game since they were fucking like 4 years old. So yeah, it's just kind of like, god damn. Well, yeah, that was certainly a moment where, yeah, I was all all high on my chess abilities, and then I got knocked down to size just, the brief entry into the tournament world.
So when you're talking about mind games with chess, and what age are we talking about right now?
I mean, I remembered I started with checkers, and I don't know. I mean, that was probably like first grade. I was all into checkers and beating people, and then people were like, "Oh, you got to check out chess," and I was like, "Oh, I don't know how to play chess," but then started playing some of it, and what was it? Yeah.
So you were a little boy. You were a little boy,
Yeah.
and you say mind games. Does that mean like you were playing chess as a means to assert your brain dominance over other 8-year-olds?
Yeah, I'm sure I didn't realize that at the time, but yeah, I certainly kind of held up and just like, oh, I can beat this guy who thinks he's the shit, and yeah, maybe I couldn't kick his ass with my fists, but I could definitely kick his ass in chess or checkers.
And did it just all fade away when you started to get beaten by the regional champs?
I mean, and I can still play a good game of chess. I still love chess, and I still love stuff. But I think it was, and I'm sure plenty of other people have had a similar sort of experience where, yeah, you might think you're talented, and this is your calling in life, but then you potentially come face to face with both your potential rivals and the competition, and you begin to realize, oh wow, the world you thought that was small is actually much bigger and has millions of people who are studying the exact same thing you're studying, and they've been doing it since they were 3 or 4 years old. So you're just like, oh, I have to catch up with these people who have just studied the Roy Lopez in chess backwards and forwards, and they just know that opening and that end game perfect. It's like, okay, so if I'm not on their level, then you're kind of screwed, basically. So that was sort of a harsh wake up, and I was even diagnosed with fucking ADD back in those days. They were just like, he's not paying attention in class. He's just thinking about video games and just other stuff while the teacher's talking. So apparently even stuff like that, it was just kind of nope, you're can't be focusing on other stuff.
I thought you were saying when you started to lose chess, then they're like, this kid's got ADD or something. This explains why he's so focused on these things he's not even good at. There's clearly a mental problem here.
Yeah, he's just focusing on stuff he's not. I mean, I think they tried to encourage my chess, but they were also like, oh yeah, you're fucking up in these classes, and yeah, why is the teacher saying you're not paying attention in class? So yeah,
I'm thinking
knight to
E4, bishop to G7.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking of shit like that. But you're not supposed to, because if you're thinking about the bishop to G7, then you're gonna fuck up. You're not gonna be able to recall what the teacher was just talking about. So, yeah,
it is true.
I think even the ADD was. I almost don't even I'll just be weird and say I don't see ADD as a problem if you're actually I was fucking up in some of these classes, but I mean the point being is, as long as you're focused on the things you're passionate about, I would say, yeah, ADD shouldn't even be viewed as the colossal shit that it is in our society. I don't know. It's just, I don't see it as a problem.
I mean, it's it seems like the normal reaction for a child who's had 4 or 5 years of freedom, where they're just allowed to play and stuff, and then all of a sudden they have to go to school for 8 hours a day and just sit in a room and learn boring shit that they don't care anything about. The normal reaction is for a kid to be like, I hate this. I would rather be doing the things I want to do. But
exactly. And there were people, my age who were like, oh, they're in this fancy chess club and they tour, they go around the world playing chess and shit. And I was like, that's fucking awesome.
Sounds pretty fucking good to me. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I said no. I was just, that sounds pretty freaking good for a kid who loves chess. I could just travel the world and play chess. I wouldn't have to go to school.
Yeah. probably get paid to do it and get, fancy sponsors. Yeah, I was hearing all that in one ear, and then also kind of like, oh, you need to shut up and focus and not dream so much, basically.
Yeah. They need
school.
They need school for like
sorry.
just they need school for like the dumbest kids. I always noticed that the dumbest kids I ever knew were really good at school. Because, like, it's just like, this person's telling me exactly what to do. And then I don't even have to think about it. I just have to do what they say. And I get 100. And as long as I do it every single day. So it's like, they need school for those people. Because those people are got nothing going for them. But for people who actually have interests, they need something else.
I mean, there were even, I'll use a funny anecdote of what you were kind of just saying, that there were definitely kids I knew who got, like straight A or, did really good in school. But, they were like good at drawing outside school. But they never did shit with their drawing, or they never, like, they're just like, yeah, I'm good at drawing, I'm get good grades in school. But they did not get careers doing anything creative, or they're now like probably real estate agents. And, I'm sure there's some creativity in that. But like, why is it that these people who even I saw at like a young age, like, oh yeah, these guys are pretty good at drawing, like they were even drawing their own kind of zines and comics and shit, but no, they didn't do anything with that. So I was kind of like, maybe they should have been dreaming more and not focusing in class if they wanted to develop that into the zines that you make and stuff like that.
Exactly. That's what we are promoting on the stream. Don't do school. Don't listen to anybody. Just do whatever thing you want, except video games.
You're saying don't do video games?
Yeah, because people just every single person who plays video games has some sort of dream of like, I could be a streamer because I'm so good at video games. But like, we don't need more of that. We've got plenty.
I would definitely say the stuff today. Yeah, I would tell them to stay with. But yeah, the old school video game. There was a time when I would say, yeah, exactly.
All right, good. Hey man, thank you for calling in. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, very good talking to you. Yeah, see you.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to do one more here, and then I must go to the bathroom. This is how the show works. Got to go to the bathroom very often. I'm drinking a lot of liquids. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry. Okay? Remember in school when you had to ask to go to the bathroom? God, I hated being a kid so much. There are good things about childhood, obviously, but having no control over your life is not that great, really. Especially when you have to ask to go to the bathroom. Can I go to the bathroom? Excuse me? Can I go to the bathroom? I have to pee. Wait, no. The answer is no. You have to take this test first. But I have to pee. All right, anyway. The calls aren't coming through, so I'm going to keep calling people.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, hey.
Yo, who's this?
This is Dylan.
Dylan, are you on the train or something?
I'm actually a truck driver. I'm driving a truck right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I watch your streams every once in a while, and I just recently got this job this year, so I'm going to be watching a whole lot more of your streams.
Right, good. Because these streams are long as hell, so they can pass the time.
Yeah. Definitely a benefit.
So, Dylan, you're a truck driver. What was your childhood like? I need a better opening question, but that's all I have right now.
I hear you. My childhood, I grew up with a loving father, a loving mother, but there was obviously stuff that I didn't realize when I was a kid happening that caused them to split up. Yeah, I didn't expect emotions to come up as soon as I started talking about this. But sorry.
Hey, let me lighten it a bit by making a joke at your expense. No, but when I was a kid, there was this group in school called the Banana Splits. Did you ever not have? Did you ever have anything like that at your school?
Oh man. So one of my friends growing up, he ended up being my friend around middle school. His name was Colby. He's still one of my best friends. Helped me out through the becoming of age kind of deal, out of the childhood phase into the adult phase.
Yeah.
He had a gang called the Leather Boat. What was it? The Leather Belt Gang. That's what they were called.
The Leather Boat Gang?
The Leather Belt.
Oh, Leather Belt. Okay, that makes more sense.
I have no clue. I think so. A leather belt. But one of them ended up getting a tattoo on his leg. LBG right on his leg. I thought that was pretty silly. I had no idea why they had it, and every time they brought it up, all they could do was just laugh. Just a little inter-school skater kind of gang thing.
So you were brought up adjacent to a gang with your friends.
It was in Lower Alabama. I don't know if you know where Foley is in Alabama. It's right next to Mobile, the capital.
Okay.
So, really weird intertangle of suburban and country kids.
Say that again? Bourbon and what?
Suburban and country kids.
Okay.
So, being a skateboarder punk was kind of this offshoot in my school. Really didn't have that many people into it.
So what was that? What was that like? What did the Leather Belt Boys do? Were they just a play gang, or did they patrol the streets?
I'm pretty sure they patrolled the streets looking for gaps, breaking into abandoned buildings, doing the against society kind of thing. Oh man, I had a friend. We were this is an odd little add up too, because I was going to this thing called the Police Explorers, and it's this it's a thing where you go in, you're young, you go out of school, and you head over to the police station, and you get trained on what police officers do, and if you wanted to be a police officer, that's what you go and train to go learn more about it.
Ah, okay. Like the... okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it was like an after-school program.
It was. And being part of this Leather Belt gang, I don't know why the skater kids hung out with some of the kids who went to this program, so they ended up, nothing to do out in the middle of nowhere. Nothing's really ever 24/7 open. And we would go there, walk there, because we were little walk from the school. And I remember hanging out with this Leather Belt gang, finding an old train station stop where you'd have the train stop at, and it would offload, probably whatever it was carrying. There's glass, there's old building parts everywhere, and there's windows. Friend thought it'd be fun to stop and start busting out windows. He ends up, everyone kicks him, and one of the friends, he decides to punch it with his fist, his bare fist.
Oh yeah, bad idea.
We all yell at him as soon as he starts going, trying to stop him. And he ends up cutting his arm wide open. And I take my T-shirt off, and it's the only T-shirt I have. I don't know why I did it. I wrapped it around his arm because he had a little bit of blood coming out. We ended up going to the police station with him wrapped a bloody T-shirt around his arm. And no cops said anything. They didn't look at it. They didn't care. They just went on with their little crazy. We were all kind of like, all right. We were thinking we were going to get in trouble for busting a place up that we didn't own. We weren't allowed to be there. Nope. Ended up walking home. His parents yelled at him, I think. He might have got some stitches, but that was about it.
So the cops are just like, congratulations, you really opened up your arm there.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what their sentiment was, but I know that they had the thing that they were going to do. They had the thing that they would talk to us about, and it would be like maybe 30 minutes, and then we would leave anyways. Pretty sure they didn't weren't worried about it.
All right, nice. Hey, thanks for calling in, dude.
Hey, so thank you for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
All right, have a good drive.
Oh, thank you. I will.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here. We're gonna listen to some more music. I gotta contact Moxie here about. He's got some. He's streaming off one of his like 13 Blackberries, so there's some sort of issue. But we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in like 5 or 7 minutes or something. Pretty soon. Oh shit! Where did I stop? Oh no. Okay, right here. Okay, again, the music from this stream is from Stomach Book. Stomach Book, from their album Stomach Book. If you go in the description of this video, you can find links to their Bandcamp and SoundCloud. Let's see what the boys are up to.
Like, a bed. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Moxie, yeah, you were ready this time. I mean, from last time when I peeked in on you talking about something that you didn't know I was there for.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know until you said something just now.
Oh, you just said, hey, what's up when I arrived. Was that just part of the conversation?
No, I heard you say something. You made a noise.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't,
gotta be more sneaky.
I wasn't being secretive this time. All right, what's up, boys? How you doing?
Yeah, just shooting the shit. Talking about homelessness.
Oh, yeah? You boys?
Yeah, I want to try it.
Yeah,
not on the street homelessness, but
in your car.
Yeah, because I was saying, like when this house here that I'm in gets sold in like April or whatever, where am I gonna go? I've got options, but I was thinking, hey, I should just rent an office space where I can put all this shit, and just somewhere near to like a rest area. And I can just drive for like 10 minutes to a rest area every night and sleep in my car.
Dude, but what about showers?
You get, a gym membership or some office areas that do have showers. There's all sorts of things you could do.
All right. It seems plausible for you.
Yeah, not for most people. I could do it. I would make it work.
Seems like a logical next step for you, like going from this house to your car. What's next after that? How do you downsize even further?
Okay, do you want an actual answer?
Yeah.
Okay, here's an idea I've had for a while, mostly for a creative project, not real life living. But I was thinking, how much would it cost to rent long term a handicapped porta potty? That's a structure you can sleep inside. That's big enough to lay down in. You've got service, so you can actually have a bathroom. Put a lock on it. How much would that cost? Just talk to somebody and be like, hey, can I have a porta potty behind your store? How much would that cost to live in a porta potty? There you go.
Would you be able to withstand that? The stench? Like you gotta sleep inches away from a large reservoir of your own shit and piss?
Porta potties don't smell, man. They got that blue fluid in them.
Dude,
and
you're making it sound. I know you've been in. Okay.
With the frequency that those things are cleaned in the contract, and there's only one person, yourself, pissing and shitting in it, it's not even going to breach the surface of the blue, baby.
But if you got a porta potty in the back of a store, people are going to use it. They're going to be like, oh, look, a porta potty for me to piss and shit in. And then you're going to be sleeping on the floor. Okay.
Put a lock on it and a sign that says out of order.
You go for the big play and you actually go into the store to shit. You use their restroom instead.
The store's right there, yeah.
Yeah, you only use it at night when you need, when everything's closed. But dude, if you can get one near a Safeway that's 24 hours, just go in there and use their bathroom. You wouldn't even need to use it other than emergency situations.
And I had never seen before, locally, but when I took the road trip last year, I did come across a couple times rest stops with showers in them.
Really?
There were a couple around where you are, actually. When I was getting more into the Midwest, I slept outside in my car in a gas station, and when I went in there in the morning, I noticed that there was a dark back hallway that you could pay $1 or something and get a shower.
Hey, hot damn. Nice.
Yeah, so you just gotta scout out the right location, and this is totally plausible.
Yeah, it's so cheap to be homeless, oddly enough.
That must be why they're doing it, those homeless.
Yeah, it's probably a really good life decision at the moment.
This is where we're at, Moxie. But if you're okay, wait. So you'll have an office space to print the zine in. That's the only thing that's important to me. Is like you're still gonna be able to print the zine, right?
That's the thing. You just gotta find a place that's like, I was looking around in my area. There was previously, not available now, but there was an office space like 2 blocks away. It was like $320 a month, 16 by 20. That's more than twice the size of this room where I do everything already. I could have all my shit in there, have internet, utilities, all that shit. And then I just like, I can't sleep here. I'll just go sleep in my car. Big deal.
I'll just go sleep in my porta potty.
Yeah. Hey, can I have a porta potty in my parking spot instead? Yeah. I didn't. Just go sleep in that. There you go. Think outside the box, but inside of the box of a porta potty.
All right, we got a couple other boys in the boys chat. Large Homosexual and Toner Martini.
Yeah.
How are you guys
I
doing?
don't know if I can follow that up,
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything to say that matches the pure raw energy of a man wanting to live in a handicapped store.
That's why I'm passing it off to you guys, because I'm not going to follow it up. Well, hold on. So the topic of today is actually childhood. I've been unsuccessful at talking to Moxie about his childhood thus far. But what about you guys?
I actually want to know about Moxie's childhood to find out what happened to this man.
All right, you ask him a question then.
Okay. How did you end up with wanting to live in tiny cramped spaces? What happened in your development?
I just had a bedroom and I had a lot of shit and I had to keep all my shit in my bedroom. So I got really, really good at, storing all my shit in my bedroom. I had shelves and stuff you couldn't even see my walls. It was covered in shelves and cabinets and stuff. And I got used to that. Also, when I was a kid, I was on the top bunk of a bunk bed without any railings on it, and I rolled off a couple of times and it hit my head on a rock I had on my desk. So I learned not to roll in my sleep. So now that's with my loft bed. That's why it's so narrow, because I don't roll over in my sleep. I don't fall off. I don't need it.
So the lesson of that story is you learn not to fall off your bed. It's not that you got a traumatic brain injury that causes you to crave living in small spaces like a porta potty.
No, yeah, I fell off, hit my head on an agate, and I saw God, so I became a genius.
In the porta potty, is it the same thing? Like you won't even be able to tell it's a porta potty because there's gonna be shelves and storage.
Well, I mean, it depends, like what the rest of the living situation is like. It's just like, you need somewhere where you can lay down enough, and a porta potty can do it if it's a handicap one. And also, maybe just let it fill up with shit in winter, and that will like ferment and supply some warmth. Who knows,
Oh yeah, you could compost right in the hole.
Yeah, you could do all sorts of shit.
You could be growing like potatoes down there. I don't know if that's accurate. I've never tried to grow potatoes in a porta potty, but it sounds plausible.
I don't know. I'm sure you can figure something out with it. That's the thing too. Is like if you're not using it as a porta potty, how much would it cost to buy one and just have it there? Or at that, if you're doing that though, you might as well just buy a shed from Home Depot. But like if rent a porta potty, it gets cleaned and serviced, every week or two. Hey.
I didn't realize. Yeah, that would be how that works. Like you buy it from a company and they're in charge of cleaning it out. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with any of that shit. You just have to make sure that it's empty when they show up on whatever day they show up. Spray everything down and suck out the poo-poo.
All right. Large Homosexual, getting back to childhood. You're the only member of the boys that is foreign, a foreigner.
Yeah, but then does that? I mean, I was thinking I can't really tell you what's different if I don't know how your childhood is like, innit?
That's true. Wait a
Like, I
second.
couldn't tell you. Okay, my childhood was so fucking different from I don't know what. You have to tell me.
Yeah, so far his frame of reference is just me, so that's probably not good.
Right, that's
Yeah.
that's not the common experience. Well, let's
I
start
don't
with
think
this.
so.
Let's start with this.
Yeah.
Do you have siblings?
Yes.
Do they do that where you're from? Oh, yes.
Yes, we do have multiple children sometimes.
All right. So tell me like what is going on when you're like in the 5 to 10 range, like a little child, but you can also still kind of remember. What are the parents doing? Are they leaving you? Are they leaving you with the siblings and just letting you guys go hog wild? Do they bring you to some sort of daycare when they're not around? How does that work where you are?
I'm thinking, I can't really remember childhood too well. I don't know if that's something traumatic.
Yeah,
that
that's
I
not a
tried
good
to...
sign. That's a bad sign.
Maybe I actually fell off a bunk bed and hit my head, you know?
But you didn't.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I had a bunk bed actually. No, I did have a bunk bed, but I only used like I had a bunk bed, but just for me alone.
Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Which bunk were you on, top or bottom?
Bottom. Why would I be on top bunk when I'm alone?
Why would you be in bunk beds at all when you're alone?
I think it was left over from like the previous owner or something.
All right.
Dude, I haven't thought about my childhood in like years.
Let's do some deep digging right now.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think that it was probably that we were pretty self-sufficient in a way as kids. Like, I don't know. I don't think I didn't have like helicopter parents is what they would call it around here.
Mm-hmm.
So just basically was allowed to do most of stuff alone, I guess.
What's your positioning in the siblings? Oldest, youngest, middle?
Middle.
Oh, me too, bro.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Are we all middle children? What about you, Toner?
No, I'm an eldest child.
Oh.
I know.
And
I don't do a very good job of being an elder child, though.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 2 younger sisters.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. What I've heard, I don't have any younger sisters. I don't have an older sister. But what I've heard is that when you have younger sisters, you become neglected. Because the parents will have you ugly, disgusting boy. And then these 2 adorable younger sisters, and it's like, we're gonna devote all our time and attention to these beautiful younger sisters, and you just better fucking do good.
I mean, first of all, you're implying that I wasn't an adorable child, which I take offense to. I was a beautiful baby boy, I'll have you know.
You're adorable until the sisters come out, man.
No, I was like functionally an only child, kind of like implicitly. I just kind of minded my own business, you know. I was like in my room, like not really interacting with my whole family. Was just kind of like we didn't really do much together. Not often, anyways.
Like going places or having family events.
We went places and did things, but like within the home itself, we all kind of minded our own, you know.
Was that good?
Yeah. I mean, I was all about it. I kind of like thrived independently, you know. I was like my childhood was characterized by like obsessive compulsive things. So it was very mechanical. And I didn't have anything to stop me from being mechanical. You know, I would like get home, immediately do all of my homework, go do whatever activity that may have needed to be done that day, and then come home, eat dinner, play on my DS, and go to bed, rinse and repeat. It's kind of the general
layout of my childhood, but it is flavored with a little bit more, I guess, heartwarming things. I think there have been like a lot of callers that have like brought up childhood trauma, and I could like talk about like Catholic guilt and stuff, but I want to like paint a picture of a beautiful, picturesque, semi-urban Kentuckian childhood. Does that sound like a good experience? Do you like that?
Yeah, so you grew up in Kentucky. You said you had a Catholic upbringing.
I do.
Did you? Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say German Catholic.
Did you get? And this is for all you boys, but starting with Toner, did you meet up with your extended family a lot, or is it a lot of just your main unit?
Oh yeah, I met up with my extended family a good bit. I have a very large extended family. Both my mom and dad each have like approximately 7 siblings and step siblings.
Wow.
So I had like over 20 cousins and stuff, and a lot of them were approximate my age range. But on my dad's side, I was kind of like seen as the like intellectual cousin. They would like buy me chess and puzzles, and I was like,
nice.
Because all my other cousins, they like play football. They're like, they played football in college and all that shit and yada yada. And then on my mom's side, I had like mostly like kind of softer cousins, but they're just a little bit older, and they all had like kids and stuff. So I was kind of not in that group.
So it's like pretty well segregated by interest.
Yeah. It's kind of cliquey.
Did you guys just get together like for holidays and shit, or was it more regular?
Yeah, no, it was like holidays, but holidays frequently, Like Christmases were a big fucking deal for like each extended family.
Did you guys all get together with 20 cousins and all that?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, it was a big fucking deal. Eventually, like after some of my cousins like started, having kids, having families and all that, we had to like rent out like my aunt's fucking condo house thing, like their lobby or whatever, put up like a big tree, just have like 50 people all doing Christmas together. Yeah.
God damn. People talk about like, I don't know, this is like something that's like in media, like family reunions. I don't know what that is. But I have had, like get the whole family together for the holidays, like the extended family. It is like a giant affair. But do you guys ever do that at this point? Is there a family reunion that you've been to?
Yeah, the deal is now, and especially since I no longer like live in Kentucky, like the only times I really go back are for Christmas / New Year's, and then like funerals. Funerals are where I see my family most often, I think.
Family member funerals?
Yeah. So yeah, like
that's not
like parents and like aunts and stuff.
All right, Lordy, you've just large homosexual. You've just heard one American experience of childhood. Now tell me, did you meet with your extended family? Did you have 20 cousins?
No, I think we have like, other stuff to do than fucking, so I don't have that many.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Was that a shot?
To say it a bad word.
That's not what the family reunion is.
We don't fuck at the family reunion.
No, I mean, I don't have 20 cousins because back in the day they did other shit instead of fucking.
Like what? Name 5 things.
Crossword puzzles or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, that's not better than fucking.
Yeah, but maybe I don't know. So I don't have a large extended family, so there's no real.
That's so
like.
sad.
Well,
I feel horrible for you.
I don't know. I'm not much of a family person, I think.
Yeah, I can tell.
Wow. No, I don't know. I think. How do you say that without sounding like a psychopath?
Do it.
I think that just because I'm like related by blood to some people, I shouldn't have to spend time with them and pretend that they are not assholes.
Oh, Laura, a large homosexual.
I mean, I agree with him.
Oh, MoxieFamous. Why?
But, I mean,
Why?
Why do?
I called my grandmother 2 days ago because I was thinking about this recently. Like, she's gonna die soon. She's my last grandparent, and I was feeling bad, like, because I hadn't talked to her in a while, and I was like, I should talk to her before she dies. So I called her up a couple days ago. It was great. We had just 10-minute conversation, easy breezy. Get her updated. She was telling me about her shit. She just got back problems. That's all old people can talk about. It's just like, my fucking back. I had to lay down for 2 weeks. But it was great. It's great to just let those people know that you still remember that they exist before they die.
Yeah, fuck him or something. I'm just saying, I don't see why, if the people in the family are not particularly savory people or like good people, why I would have to, still pretend to want to spend time with them.
What's bad about them?
I don't know. They're just, some of them are just assholes, kind of.
Are they mad cringe?
Mad cringe. No, like I have someone in my family who basically only talks to me if they need something from me.
Nice.
Every time there's something that they need advice on, they just write me. But then except for that, they don't really talk to me at all. Even though we did actually have like a good relationship way back.
Advice is a good thing to ask for someone. They value your perspective. I thought you meant like money and
it's
trinkets.
Advice on specific things where they have no idea about, and it's like once every 2 years when they need a new computer, basically. Like, okay. Should I buy this computer?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Not like, oh, I'm taking this life decision. What do you think about it? It's more like, should I invest is it okay to buy this? And I'm like, no. And they're like, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Dude,
and you're at fault anyway.
I'm gonna become an additional person like that for you in your life when I'm getting my next computer.
Yeah. That's all right, because you don't only write me when you need shit.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
We talk sometimes.
Yeah.
About my childhood and shit.
I don't remember.
Nah. I think it's just, I don't, growing up was easier because when you're young, you don't really think about how the people you interact with are. Like, you don't really think about if your family is a bunch of cunts or not.
Right. Because you have no choice. They're the only people who
you
are
don't really.
around.
I don't know. You don't really have to deal with that shit in a way, because it's just they're a family and that's okay and whatever. And then growing up, you kind of just realize that some of the people that are in your family might not be nice, or maybe you just don't want to hang out with them, and then you somehow are still kind of forced to in a way, because people value family as a concept where, oh, it's family.
Who else are you gonna care about?
I don't know, friends.
All right, fair enough.
Friends are family of choice.
Yeah,
in a way.
Fair, true. I think a lot of people who are not super into their family find that sort of relationship in friends?
Yeah, and I mean, friends, I think you can kind of, you can kind of choose your friends. You can choose your friends, and you then, you're bound by more than just having people that are related to you. So there's I think a different kind of relation that somehow makes it better sometimes.
Yeah, it's sort of one thing about family that presents a problem, which is like the obligation of, they are your family. They legally have to love you. If they don't love you, it's illegal. It's a problem with them. So it's like you can kind of do the worst things ever, and it's like, well, you still gotta love me. I'm still your brother or son or whatever. Where with friends, it's like they don't have that. They never got married to you. They're not part of your family. Like you just have to actually earn their trust and understanding and keep it going.
Yeah.
What about you, MoxieFamous? What was your extended family situation like when you were growing up?
Both my parents were from Minnesota, and then they moved to California to start a family. So I got to see extended family maybe once every 5 years or so. The first time I remember when I was like 7 years old. And
part of like big get-togethers?
No, it'd just be like it'd be either this one grandma is having like an important birthday, like she's like 80 something, 80, 85, 90, those like landmark birthdays where it's kind of like an excuse for people to get together, or somebody dying or some shit. But yeah, most of my extended family I've met fewer than 5 times in my entire life, always years apart. And on my mom's side of the family, which is the more Mormon side, like my mom came from a family of like 9 kids.
Wow.
And one of those families has like, I think 12 kids or something. I've got probably like 40 cousins.
Jesus Christ.
Or maybe it's, I counted a while ago. I had to ask my mom, like, hey, how many cousins do I have? And we had to figure it out. It might be closer to like 60 or something. But most I've either never met or I've met them once or twice. There's a handful of people I've met, more than 5 times. So I don't really have any connection to my extended family at all, because every time I met them, they were a stranger. And, I was at a different point in my life. They were at a different point in their life. And also, when it comes to family stuff, just even in my immediate family, it was a pretty interesting family dynamic. And so I've got very interesting experiences with family where, like, I am defensive of my family, but I don't necessarily get along with my family. It's a complicated relationship that I've had with family my entire life.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 2 brothers and a sister.
Right, so that's a pretty decent sized for your little unit. But that's insane that your mom has 9 siblings. That is the potential for an extremely large family.
Yeah, especially with all the Mormonism going on. Because like I said, like one of my aunts, they had like 11 or 12 kids or something. Like I lost track. Jeez. And those were like the nearest ones to us, and they were in Utah. We basically never saw them unless we were on our way to Minnesota.
Are they all around, like your extended family? Are they spread out? Are a lot of them in Utah?
Just a few are in Utah. Most are still in Minnesota, Wisconsin. Some have gone to Tennessee, Arkansas. It's spread out a bit more now, but it's still mostly Minnesota.
God damn. That's that I can't wrap my head around how big that family is. I thought I had a big family. Just because, like, my mom has 4 siblings and my dad had 3 siblings, and in my family I had 4 siblings. So I have like a lot of nieces and nephews now, but I don't really keep up with my cousins anymore. Like, we used to get together every year for Christmas, and maybe once or twice beyond that. But I don't know. It's weird to actually think about the entire scope of your family.
Yeah. And like, I don't know any of them. So, like, I don't think about it. Every once in a while, I'll talk to my mom on the phone or something. She'd be like, hey, your cousins were doing this. I'm like, which one was, I don't know. Who is that? I don't know them. I don't know these people. You might as well tell me about a stranger.
That's
I have
weird.
no idea.
They're your flesh and blood, man.
Yeah, it is weird. Like, like my mother's side never met my grandfather. My grandma, she's still alive. She's the only one. Met her, I don't know, maybe 10 times in my life. My dad's side, he had a funky relationship with his parents. So, like, I met my grandmother on that side twice in my life. The grandfather once. And, went to both of their funerals. I don't know most of my family. So I don't really have a connection to them. Like, now I live in Minnesota and I'm near family and I forget they're here. Like, they're 10 minutes away and I don't even think about, oh, I should see if they want to do something. I should go visit them. We should get together for dinner. I forget they exist.
Yeah, what would it take to get back in touch with all the family members?
A lot of work. Also, they're like, on my dad's side, which is the non-Mormon side, they're pretty much dead or distant. Don't know them very well. On my mom's side, it's a lot of Mormonism, so I don't really mesh with them. Just like different states being and lifestyles, and the ones that are around that are convenient are like that. The ones that are more distant are distant. I don't know them, so I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna go travel like 1,000 miles to meet my cousin and aunt who I met once when I was 11 years old, and I don't remember them.
Right. I was thinking about, like, I'll meet up with all my family again in 10 years when I'm massively successful and I can just be a big shot chomping on a big cigar, and I'll do a tour of the whole family. Be like, yeah, everything's going great for me. Like, what? Oh, I haven't seen you in 20 years. What are you doing? That's what it would take for me.
Yeah.
To actually.
Well, that sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, it could be a nice tour 10 years from now.
You're dreaming about doing that. I'm going, man, I want to live in a porta potty.
All right, boys, it's good talking to you. I'm going to come back in like an hour and a half or so.
All right, yeah, sounds good.
Have fun.
All right, bye, boys. Okay. All right. Just turned off Do Not Disturb mode. Whoops, wrong thing. You can call in 518-288-7938. Talk to me about your family, your childhood. I'm going to see if I can run to the oh, damn, that's hard to call. Damn it.
Call from.
Senor Jimenez.
To accept, press 1.
What?
To send.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. What's up, dude?
Hey, not much, man. Just enjoying this beautiful day.
Oh, nice. What was your name again? I didn't catch it.
Junior.
Junior, we're talking today about childhood and family.
Oh, man. That's cool. Good topic. Childhood.
Does that strike a chord with you?
A little bit, My childhood was pretty regular, as they go, I had a little brother when I was pretty young. That was kind of cool. My older sister never really. I didn't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Why do you speak of that in the past tense? Did something happen?
No. I mean, he's fine. We just don't live together anymore.
Okay, but you still have a little brother.
Yes.
All right, nice.
Yeah. And I say our childhood was regular, but I mean, like, that's just by, like, the Joe America standard. I happen to think it was pretty amazing just because we got to do stuff that every kid, I guess, how people feel things that kids should be able to do. Like, we didn't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff.
Like what?
I mean, like, we didn't, like, go to the state fair and, like, do cotton candy because of the age that we were in. But, like, we had friends, we had scooters, we got to go play outside, we got to, if we wanted to, we could go and do swimming at the pool or karate at the, it was just, it was nice and textbook. My parents worked pretty hard for that, I guess. And, like I said, I thought it was pretty dope looking back. But you don't know when you're a kid. You just like, is mommy and daddy okay? Then I'm good.
So you weren't too surveilled, like you were able to go out and have your own fun?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And that's why I never like I wasn't like one of those wild kids, like I was always like, oh yes, mommy and whatever. Cause like whenever I tried to go and do like, oh yeah, I'm going to be like, I'm a rebel, I'm an agent, do some sneak out of my room, whatever type stuff. Whenever I would try to do stuff like that, it just ended up so poorly. So,
like what? Hey, you got a childhood story of you fucking up tremendously?
Yo, okay, let me see. What's like the big? Oh man, what did I do like that was like really stupid? They're like. Nah. I mean, no, that's a bad story.
You ever break anything?
No,
you ever need to go to the you ever need to be rushed to the hospital because of some poor decision you made?
Yo, okay, I got a great one. So right. Where we grew up, there was like hills and like forest and crap like behind the houses and stuff. So whenever we could just go out, if we didn't like the backyard or whatever, we just go roam around. So I had this, my friend, he came over. We were hanging out one afternoon. I think he was over for dinner. And I was like, yo, man, come check out this spot in the woods. My other neighborhood friends, we found it. I want to show it to you. It's dope. I thought it was dope, So we're out there, and there's this, like, machete, like an old rusty machete, and it's, like, just sticking out of a piece of wood. And we're like, oh, damn. We're, like I think, like, 11. By the way,
yeah, that's like a
so we're like, oh
treasure.
Damn, we got a machete, let's play with this machete, and we're swinging it, and we're like busting up wood and stuff like that, and it gets stuck one time, and I try to pull it out and I can't, and my buddy reaches over and he tries to pull it out and he gets it out and it whacks him like right in the face, and he's bleeding, dude, like Tarantino style. So, like, running full speed, we are still, like, 10 minutes from my house. So I'm freaking out.
This kid's about to bleed out and die.
Like, my mom's going to kill me. Like, no. Yeah, so we were, so it was a blur after that, obviously. I'm just like, oh, the adrenaline's going. And we got him back to my house, and my mom was like, oh, he's okay. He went home after that.
He survived the trip back to the house.
Absolutely. I was just like, oh my God. Yeah, the whole time, just like running full speed, just like, oh my God, let's get this man. Well, not man. We were kids, but.
This boy. God damn. So
that was yeah.
So are you at the age now where you're thinking of having kids, or have you already had kids, or what's your deal there?
Oh my God. Yeah, so it's yeah.
Do you have anything else to say besides yeah?
Yeah, we are definitely in the kind of like child, like family planning, like kind of stage, and like it's weird because like everybody knows like you can't actually like plan around that type of stuff. It just kind of happens and you roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
So
do you think based on your childhood, like would you basically do it like the same way?
Man, I think I owe it. I feel like if I like who I am today, I should at least try and emulate to the best of my ability the what my parents kind of put around for me. So I'm gonna give it my best shot and kind of translate that to what I feel is more appropriate for, the modern day. But obviously, times change. I can't, like, I don't know, like if I have to put my kid over my knee, give him a little spanky because, they're acting up, I got to make sure that, I don't know. I mean, it's just different.
Yeah, just make sure that's not on video or something.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, I gotta hope their phone's not out or something, because then.
Dude, I never thought about that though. That is the next logical steps. Like people, that's their response to danger now is to film it. So I wonder if kids will start that. It's just like, my dad is fucking abusing me. I gotta post this to Twitter.
Right, then the dad's got to get more followers. Like,
exactly. No. He's got to, like, yo, my son just posted this. Fucking tell that kid what's up.
Yeah. Now, see, when I think about childhood or kids, because I'm obviously not a kid anymore, whenever I see childhood, the first thing I think about is stuff like that, is the internet, because, I mean, my generation kind of came up with that stuff, and that's clearly like the wave we're going to be on for the next like 100 years or so.
Right.
Like, I mean, at least that's kind of how I see it. Like, I mean, as far as like, connection and being able to, share things with each other, data, whether it's like videos and images or whatever. But, if it's going to go in any one direction, I mean, like we're kind of at cruising altitude, I think.
We're in a weird spot now. It's like when I was growing up, the internet was just starting. And so my parents didn't understand it at all. And I was sort of growing up with it. So I was like, had my own idea of it, but they were not part of it at all. Like they were scared of it, but that was the extent of it. And even like the generation following me, like people growing up and like people were born like 2000, 2010, like even their parents, like not totally aware of the internet. But we're getting to the point now where it's like our generation is having kids and we grew up with the internet. So this is like a weird new dynamic where it's like the parents are aware and the kids are just like hyper aware. What's going to happen?
Yeah, like what's the forecast? Cuz it's weird, like we're in this weird space where it's like, are we supposed to just pass it on? Or it reminds me of, I hate to even do this, but it reminds me of this bit I heard. This comedian was talking about, we're going to look back on it and be like how we are with like cigarettes. How they're like, motherfuckers are like, oh yeah, no, we used to, you can smoke in a hospital. And like now we're like, that's insane. Like maybe in the future we're going to be like, oh Jesus, children were on the internet?
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a comedian.
It is a weird thing, though. It's like, because I loved being on the internet when I was a kid, because it was a crazy, wild, and wacky place, and the parents weren't there. Like they just weren't a part of it, because they were like they were just scared of it. They're like, oh, like just don't be on the internet too long. That's all I know. But now parents are so aware of all the wackiness on the internet. And they're changing it. The parents are changing the internet because they're aware and they're like, the kids are on the internet. We have to make this a safer place. That seems to just be the thing in general. It's like parents want the world to be a safer place for children. And that seems to be getting more and more as we go on. It's like it seems like in the 50s or whatever, nobody gave a shit about safety for children. Like they're just like, yeah, just go play with your friends for 12 hours. Like I assume you'll be fine. So what do you think with your kids? Like, do you wanna have like the GPS locator? Like, do you want to know where they are, or do you want to? Is the peace of mind from not knowing?
Man, I mean, for me, it's kind of a when in Rome type situation. I mean, everything is, we all got, GPS on us at least one device or whatever. So what kind of parent would I be if I don't if I don't track my child in some way, shape, or form? Negotiating with them is going to be logistics, I imagine, or with, my co-parent if that's the case. But yeah, I'll probably make sure I can track their every position.
All right, good. That's what we like to hear. All right, thanks for calling in, man. Good hearing from you.
Good to hear from you as well.
All right, have a good day, man.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, tracking the children. What are those children up to today?
Call from
Kane.
to accept. Press.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Pretty good. Am I on the stream right now?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, no fucking
You're
way.
on the live air.
Man, I love your stuff, dude.
Thanks, man.
So you're talking about childhood, huh?
Sure are.
I kind of feel bad for kids like that are dealing with like the whole COVID thing,
Yeah.
That made me that was like one of my first thoughts whenever COVID was happening was like, damn, like imagine being like, like kids that miss their proms and stuff, just because of COVID.
Right. And the constant, like the masks shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like I found that aggravating as an adult. And all I do is go to the grocery store. And that's like once a week. But imagine you're at school and like you're just always wrong as a kid. Like you're never allowed to be right. You're never allowed to win an argument like with an authority figure. Like they automatically win. So imagine being a kid and it's like if your mask is slightly off, like people are gonna yell at you, and if you don't get it right, like you're gonna be sent to the principal's office and you're gonna be reprimanded.
Yeah, definitely. It was just another thing for him, It's like and the same thing with it's like, okay, now did they have to wear masks at recess? Do you know? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I will say yes. Just to make it a little more inflammatory. Yes, they had to wear masks during recess, which is crazy.
It's like, I know it's like, we got to do these things because of like a disease and everything. But
I think
you got to think about it.
I think they actually stopped recess. This is not being inflammatory. I think that was the dirty deal that was struck. It's just like, no more recess, no more playtime. Just sit in the cafeteria for an extra 20 minutes and be silent by yourself.
Yeah. That's so dystopian, dude. I feel so bad for like this. Like, I feel like that's like got to be like kind of like have some effect, like that they like all like the quarantine and everything, and I don't know, like it sucks that they had to go through that.
Oh, they're gonna be fine.
I had my freedom.
They're gonna be fine. That's the line. Is just like the line is kids adapt. Kids adapt to whatever their environment is. You know how like the Hitler Youth adapted to Nazi Germany? Like kids, they just take what's being fed to them and they just love it no matter what.
Yeah, kids will love anything if you just put it in their brain that they're supposed to love it.
Exactly. We're not doing any harm to the children. We're just making their life a little more interesting. We're giving them a talking point for when they turn 18. They start going to parties. They'll be like, "Oh, I used to have to wear a mask every single fucking day."
Yeah. If anything, we're molding them into the perfect little person that we want them to be. Like not conform,
That's what school is all about.
Yeah.
Molding children. Yeah, go on.
I'm really glad that I actually like got through. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work. So and again, I love your content. I love like the animated stuff that you put up sometimes. It's all really awesome, man.
Thank you, man. So, with your childhood, then you had a pretty normal childhood, yeah? Like.
Yeah. Like I had like divorced parents, so I was gifted with the 2 Christmases and everything, 2 birthdays,
That's what they don't tell you about with the divorce. Double.
Yeah. All these kids with going home to mom and dad. I actually got 2 Christmases and 2 birthdays, so.
And was it a competition, or was like the parents trying to outdo each other?
Oh yeah, no, it was always like it was also like I've noticed in my childhood, parents would also like, with the divorce, they would use you as a pawn, you know, like to play into each other's kind of games, you know. So like, if they're so like my dad would be like, oh, your mom got you that, man. I wish I could afford that, you know. Like I mean, like, you know, all the stuff that I have to pay for, you know. It's like, and then it's like I go to my mom's, and then you know she's doing the same kind of thing, you know, talking to me about like stuff that my dad does or something. It's like they want me to, you know, get on their side, you know. But
Right.
in reality, it's like you got to just work together, you know.
Did you recognize that as a child, or was it later where it became more apparent?
As a child, I was like, man, that is fucked up. Like, I can't believe my dad did that. Then I would be with my dad and be like, man, that is fucked up. I can't believe mom's like that. But yeah, I got older and I realized that they were just kind of, I mean, in a way, like they were probably just venting, you know, more
Right.
than anything. But yeah, it seemed kind of like they had intentions, you know.
It's interesting because, like, that on one hand, that seems confusing for a child, but on the other hand, the alternative is just both parents lying to you all the time, pretending that things are great. It sounds like your parents are being more honest with you.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the main thing. Is like, and sometimes a little when the honesty would come out, it would be like a little too honest, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things about both of them that I don't need to know, you know, and then that would come into the argument. So. How's
your relationship with your parents this day, in current day?
Oh, they're great now. Like, I mean, it's I guess, you know, like when you're trying to like work through a relationship that's not going to work, and then, you know, the early stages of the divorce is the worst part. But now that they're kind of both doing their own thing, it's good. I mean, sometimes a little bit of static, but good now.
They have less, like, you know, like vengeance, the feeling of vengeance for each other or something. That's maybe not the right word.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like they definitely like don't have the like talking to me about crazy stuff anymore. You know, like there's no need for it, I guess, because there's no competition anymore. Like I'm old enough now where it's like I don't need them to buy me stuff, you know. So it's like they're not, you know, I guess, you know, supporting me in any way. So they don't have to feel like it's a competition who's supporting me, you know.
Who's supporting better? Who deserves more love?
Exactly. Yeah.
Did you ever know of the banana splits? Was that in your region?
Banana splits. I'm in Florida. What is banana splits?
It was some school program. It was like happened during lunchtime, and I was always so jealous. It was like they would call up the kids for the banana splits program, and it was for kids with divorced parents. And I don't know what happened. They talked to them about. They had like an icon, like a banana man logo or something.
No way.
And it was I still to this day I don't understand what they did, but I was very jealous as a child that I never got to. I thought they ate banana splits. Like, it's called banana splits. So I was like, these kids are going off to get fucking ice cream.
It was probably something like, you know, like
they probably did
like
give them ice cream. Yeah, just to be like,
they did get fucking banana splits.
Yeah, sorry, your parents are divorced, but we got these delicious sundaes for you.
And all the kids with, like, you know, like their parents together are like feeling resentment. So they go
full of
resentment.
resentment.
You guys like fucking fight or something? I need some ice cream, dude.
Absolutely, I was full of resentment. All right, hey man, it was good talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no, thank you for answering, man. I love the conversation.
Yeah, thanks, man. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay. Gotta take a quick piss. Gotta insert a quick break into this. It's gonna be one song, and then I'll be back. Was this the last song we played? Okay, bye. Okay, one song I said. I'm just going to mention this because I just saw something in the chat about the Gifted and Talented program. When I was in 4th grade, I may have already told this story in the stream, but there's like 150 hours of the stream, so you probably haven't heard it. When I was in 4th grade, I was inducted into the Gifted and Talented program of my school, my elementary school. And that's what I was told, at least. I was informed that I was gifted and talented. And what that meant for my school life was that like once a week during like towards the end of the day, like maybe around 1 or 1:30, me and the other gifted and talented students would go to the computer lab, and we would input data into Excel spreadsheets. And it was like a silent thing. we were taught how to do it briefly, and then from there on out, we were just brought to the computer lab and inputting data into spreadsheets. And I think it was actual data for the school, and I think it was just like slave labor. Like, they never taught us anything. They taught us how to put a number into a cell in Excel. And I never understood it. I did it for, like a year maybe. It was a whole computer lab full of kids, gifted and talented kids, and there's just like a monitor walking around to ensure that we were continuously inputting data. I don't think that was a gifted and talented program. I don't understand to this day what that was about, but I think that was a scam. I think I was scammed as a 4th grader into doing free data entry for the school. And then we moved when I was in 4th grade, like 4th grade going into 5th grade. And so my parents tried to get me into the gifted and talented program where we moved. And they kind of just like pretended that I was in it. My parents and the school just kind of pretended that I was part of that. The real gifted and talented kids would like go somewhere else. Like they maybe they were inputting data in some other room, but they had like a bus that took them to some location where they learned how to develop their talented giftedness. And I was not on that bus. I was not allowed. And I remember it was like, they'd sit in the back of the class. Like there'd be 4 desks reserved in the back of the class for the gifted and talented students because they didn't need to sit in the front because they already understood everything. And I thought I was part of that, but I wasn't in the back row. I was in the second to last row. And I was sitting next to this other kid who I was like, he's also part of this program that I'm in. But that kid who I sat next to was like the dumbest kid I've ever known in my life. Like, he was definitely not part of the gifted and talented program. And I think neither was I. When I think about it, I was just not part of it. People just told me I was. It's pretty easy to lie to a child, is what I'm saying. Like, that's sort of how it goes. Okay. I just ended Do Not Disturb mode. You can call now, 518-288-7938. Call into the show. Tell me about your childhood, your child's childhood. I still haven't thought of what's a good opening question for childhood. You can't just ask, what was your childhood like? It's too broad. Maybe I could ask, who's your, I don't have an idea. Okay, the calls aren't coming through, so I'm going to call someone who called this guy.
Hello?
Hey.
Oh, fuck. Did I actually make it on the stream?
Yeah. What's up, dude?
Oh, fucking making cookies. What about you?
Oh, shit. What kind?
Sugar cookies.
Dude. You didn't think of challenging yourself today, I see.
No, well, they're store bought. I didn't challenge shit.
Dude, you just said you were making them. Oh, you're like you're like
They're,
place and
they're
bake?
baking. No, I have a KitchenAid. I probably could, but I'm a lazy sack.
What'd you do? Is like Pillsbury? Like in a tin?
Pillsbury, but they're in a bag.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice.
You know those bags where they're like cut up in like 24?
I don't actually, but I believe that exists. All right,
Well,
so
yeah, I don't know.
you're baking sugar cookies. We're talking today about childhood.
I know. Okay, well, I got some about childhood.
Oh, okay, nice.
My dad made me make sugar cookies one time. Only ever time I've made good sugar cookies from scratch, and he just fucking said, "Hey, add sugar." Like he took a fucking chocolate chip fucking bag of chocolate chips, got the recipe, said add this much more sugar instead of this, and they're the most fire fucking sugar cookies I ever had in my damn life.
All right, then,
And
dude.
then every other time they tasted like fucking bacon.
Well, every other time you've done them from scratch, or just every other time generally?
Scratch.
So now you're doing them from the bag so that it doesn't taste like bacon.
Yeah, basically.
But dude, you just told me exactly how to make them. You just make the chocolate chip cookie and add more sugar.
No, honestly, I forgot the exact measurements, though. That's the problem.
Huh?
They're trash.
Is your dad still alive?
Yeah, he's back home in Colorado.
You ever think about
I'm in Florida right now.
calling him up and being like, "Dad, I'm about to make sugar cookies, but I can't remember what you taught me"?
I've asked him, but he doesn't remember because he literally just he looked at the fucking bag like a goddamn wizard and told me, "Okay, instead of this much like fucking chocolate chips, no chocolate chips because you're not doing that, and add sugar."
What is it about sugar cookies? Is that like the preferred cookie for you?
No, I just happen to be making them, and then you got me on a rant about it.
All right, no, that's good. It's a good coincidence that you're making sugar cookies
Right.
and you had a childhood sugar cookie story.
Yeah, I mean, childhood was way more whack than that, but yeah, no.
Tell me something.
It is what it is.
Tell me what happened.
Fuck, what do you want to know? My parents weren't together.
Say again?
My parents weren't together.
All right, nice.
So,
There's something.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Well, when I was like 2, I wasn't like it's the fucking worst story my dad ever tells me. Is because my mom basically chose drugs over us, right? But the thing is, they both suck. Both my parents kind of fucking suck dick in their own special ways, but I still love them.
Why?
So my mom can't take accountability for anything, blames my dad. My dad's literally a diagnosed narcissist. Doesn't think he did any wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean?
How's
Anyways,
that?
sorry.
How's that having a narcissist dad? That seems like that could lead to some problems.
Oh, fucking suck. So, like, he still does stuff for us, but he's also just kind of an asshole. And, so, like, he's big into, like, random dumb projects of his.
Mm-hmm.
And, so we, as little kids, basically did, like, shift work almost. I don't know. We wake up in the summer all the way till fucking, like, 11 o'clock at night, and we'd be working on shit outside. Like, we made, like, hard construction labor with no safety precautions. OSHA would have had a field day.
What sort of things are you making?
Like a steel and concrete deck, but, like, gung-ho as fuck. Concrete driveway around that, like a fucking concrete shed cube basement thing for a shed, and then 16-foot, like, wooden thing on top.
That sounds amazing.
It would suck.
Your dad sounds
Got
like
hurt.
a visionary.
No. Fuck. That's what the goddamn cops say, bro. Like, they're like, you have a God-given talent. Because the neighbors would call the cops on that because they hated the shit.
They would
So
call
it's
the
like,
cops
yo, man, like,
because of you guys? Because the kids are working?
yeah. No, they didn't. The worst part is they didn't give a fuck about the kids slave laboring over this. They just didn't like all the noise in it. Fuck with their random, stupid little, like, piece of the neighborhood kind of shit. You know what I mean? And our house was trashy as fuck because of it.
Damn. So you were living with your dad?
Yeah, well, it's like me, my stepmom, and 6 kids, you know, so.
6 kids, mamma mia.
Yeah, I know, right? It was fucking.
That's a
they all
lot
love each
of
other.
that's a
There's
lot of
2
free
more,
labor.
But they didn't live with us. I do. No, so my 2 little sisters, the youngest, they didn't have to do not a goddamn thing.
Right.
There's
What-
a lot of resentment with that.
Were the upper 4 boys?
No, one was a girl. It was my boy, girl, boy, me, 2 little sisters.
Dude, if I had 6 kids, I'm sorry to say I'd be doing just what your dad did. Be like, kids, today we are building a giant root cellar.
See, I can see like general house construction kind of stuff, like, but my motherfucking dad like thought this was like an industrial park or something. Imagine being like 110-pound freshman, because I was like small and skinny as fuck, you know, maybe probably like 100-pound, like with the fucking actual jackhammer.
Oh, wow.
Like doing shit.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't sound that safe.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been, the fucked thing is, like, now I'm like, oh, we have it pretty good. And I tell people this kind of shit, and they're like, bro, what the fuck? And I'm like, was my childhood that bad?
Dude, but it sounds like the pleasure of a father when the mother is not around. Just be like, all right, great. That means that I can just be a fucking slave driver and no one's gonna complain.
So part of us, me and my sister thought this thought, because like my dad and his narcissistic ways, it was almost like he was getting at our mom by running us into the ground. Like,
How do you think?
We can't explain it per se, but we like, it just makes complete sense to each other, because he still says shit of like how my mom was the love of his life and blah blah blah. Even though he's like married to my stepmom now, it's kind of like he's a fucking womanizer. Let me tell you, he took all the game for a couple generations. Me and my brothers ain't got any. But sorry.
Your dad sounds like a Chad, man.
and like in a really god awful way, kind of. But at the same time, he's also like really caring and he loves us, and I know that. So it makes the feelings really conflicted, because you want to hate him, but you can't.
I mean, I don't want to hate him. I love him, but I didn't have to do slave labor or anything, so that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
But so you've had that experience as your childhood. You're sort of saying that like when you've told other people, like they've made you realize that it was less normal than you thought at the time.
Yeah, and half of them, like I remember I told people in high school, they didn't believe me. And I had some friends over for a fucking birthday party one time. And they're like, bro, I thought you were fucking lying. What the fuck is this? And I'm like, why am I lying about this? What pleasure do I have? And what I get from lying about this, you know?
So do you think you will want to have kids someday, or do you already have kids, or?
Fuck, I'm only 23. I don't want kids right now.
Okay.
So maybe someday.
And so if you had them, is it like you're going to use your childhood as a template for what to not do or what to do? What do you think?
See, that's where I'm very conflicted, because me and my siblings all turned out like, we're not like the most like well off, but we're all really good people. I feel like we're not assholes. You know, like through the trauma, we were raised right, because it forged us into not being sacks of shit who are gonna do this to our kids.
Right.
But now I'm sitting there thinking like, how do I raise a kid without trauma? Because I don't want to fucking traumatize my kid with this kind of bullshit, and I have them turn them out good. Like, I don't want them to have hardships, but hardships was how I was raised, and I don't think I'm a fucking piece of garbage. So how am I supposed to raise a kid to not fucking suck without with no hardship?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, it's like, you can't raise a child without trauma, because, I mean, even if you were just the most perfect human being of all time, children are also kind of weird. And so, lots of things can be traumatic for a child that aren't necessarily like, I don't know what I'm saying here, but like, it has to happen. Like, you're going to accidentally traumatize your children, no matter what, is my opinion.
Yeah, I feel that. Well, so, and another thing, fucking my friends who had it like so much like more well off than me in like comparison, like their parents would do like, hey man, you're like 17 now, go fucking wash your own clothes. And he's like, I don't know how to fucking do that. And I'm like, bro, I've been washing my clothes since I was like 10. What the fuck you mean you don't know how to wash your clothes? Like, it fucking baffled me.
I'll just never do it.
That also helped me. Say what?
They'll just never do it.
Yeah, like just like the very simple shit that wasn't hard, they would like bitch about, and that helped me realize at a young age, like everyone has their own struggles, you know. So like you can't like, but everyone's like base threshold for a struggle is different. Like I dealt with my dad, so hearing this stuff, I'm like, bro, you're a fucking child. Like,
right?
Stop shitting your diaper and go fucking wash your laundry.
There was a great, I'm just going to steal this from Norm Macdonald. On Norm Macdonald's Netflix show, he's talking with Billy Joe Shaver at one point, and he's talking about his dad. They didn't have a bathroom when he was a kid. They used to go in the outhouse, and, like every few months they'd have to, take the shit out of the outhouse, put it in a big trough, like in their truck, drive it out like on some country road and dump it in the woods. And it's obviously horrible. And the kids, just be like fucking disgusted. And then the dad said, if this is the worst thing you ever do in your life, you'll be a happy man. And they said it was. That was the worst thing. And
They're pretty fucked, but...
And it's good. It's like, that's true. It's like, if you get over the worst of your life in your childhood, then you're kind of set for life.
True.
All right, hey man, it was good talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks for actually fucking like so happy I actually got on the fucking show for once. Sorry if I sound nervous as fuck. Kind of am.
Hell yeah,
but, hell yeah.
You sound fine. It was good talking to you, man. Have a great day.
You too. You too.
Whoops. Okay. I'll just tell Norm Macdonald stories like they're my stories. That's fine. He's gone now. It's okay. All right. Google's not taking these calls. Am I just going to have to call people this whole show? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's call someone.
Hey.
You.
I almost rejected your call. It's Cody, by the way.
Cody, how's it going?
Pretty good. Very hungover.
We talked to you last time. You're hungover? Were you having a party last night or a little solo party?
It was a solo party. I just hadn't had a drink in a while, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing I can do. That also might be why I haven't made anything really good in a while.
Because you haven't been drinking?
I just get some really good ideas when I drink every now and then because I listen to music and I get really into it. And I get all the emotions I bottle up going. It's fun.
You can really get in the zone, with drinking, but it's a very fine line, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't normally get hungover even when I drink that much because I'll do dumb nerdy shit. Like I'll drink water while I drink, so I'm not like just on alcohol. I got other stuff my body needs.
Gay.
Yeah, and it doesn't make you more sober actually, but it's good to stay hydrated. Childhood.
Yes. What do you think?
I actually had a pretty good childhood. My parents had me way before they were ready, but you know what? They did their best, and I think it shows.
Are you one of many, or are you your only one?
I have two little sisters.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And yeah, you're totally right. When they have like cute girls, like I had to start like taking the bus when I was 12 because I was going to a farther away school, and they're like, "Well, we need to chaperone your sisters. They're girls. They're not gonna we're not making them ride the bus, idiot."
That's not right.
But actually, it's cool because I became independent because of it. I was like, "Oh, I can go anywhere because I know how to take the bus." And my parents can't get mad at me if I don't come home on time because I'm waiting for the bus.
True. Yes.
It's like I'm waiting for the bus as fast as I can, you bitch. But yeah, I love my parents.
So, so you were able to be more independent? Were you less watched as a child?
Yeah, that's kind of probably where it all went wrong. Now that I think about it, started smoking weed.
Oh,
my parents were just like crushed, even though they smoked weed. They're like, "Where did we go wrong? How did this happen?" And, which is funny because nowadays we're all adults, including my little sisters, and we all just smoke. So.
Did you know your parents smoked weed when you were a kid?
Yeah.
When?
See, like there's like evidence, but you don't know what to do with it. But then you have a day where it all clicks.
Mm.
Or like, oh, that's why they're going to the garage all the time.
Mm.
That's why I'm not allowed out there. But yeah, I think I realized it maybe when I was around 14 when I knew what weed was, because in summer school, someone offered me weed because we was the bad kids.
Yeah.
And I didn't take it, but I started thinking about it more.
You
then,
saw
yeah,
this guy.
unfortunately-
You saw this guy the way he was acting. You was like, this guy's acting just like my parents after they get back from the garage.
Nah. That'd be funny though. Yeah, I actually started like stealing weed from my parents and smoking it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And it kind of was probably not good because I was super depressed.
With weed
So,
or before, like that was what was making you do it?
Before weed, like before I started smoking weed, my first suicide attempt was at fucking 14.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah, they had to like pump my stomach and stuff at the hospital.
Did
but-
you eat a lot of weed?
This boy has a lethal amount of weed in his system.
He ate all our fucking weed. Get that shit back. We need to smoke that.
He somehow made himself weigh 5 pounds and then ate a fistful of weed. No, I took sleeping pills.
So what was it? Why?
Because I was like, man, I'm just gonna like hurt. I still feel like this actually. I just have like moments where like I'm gonna hurt someone. I need to be out of the fucking equation before I like shoot up my school.
So you're preventing a tragedy by providing your own.
Yeah, I'm a hero. Those fucking idiots are like so lucky I'm not killing them. They don't even know. They should be grateful.
So it had to do with other people. It didn't have to do with your family.
No, I got bullied at school, and like I would overreact and also not be subtle like the bullies would.
Mm.
Like the bullies will like attack you outside of class, and I kind of didn't care about getting in trouble ever, because like, you know, my dad would like hit me and spank me, but at some point I was like, I'm not scared of pain anymore. So yeah, hit me, Dad. It's like not gonna make life better. I stabbed a kid for threatening to beat me up with like a sharpened pencil.
Bro, whoa!
And the teacher pulled me off.
What?
And this is like,
what kind of
this is
stabbing?
in grade school.
What'd you stab him with?
A sharpened pencil.
Ooh, classic. That's
I like angrily sharpened it because I was like, yeah, you're gonna like beat me up after class? How about I stab you in class?
Holy moly.
So then I had to transfer schools, and then like immediately at this new school, people are nice to me and stuff, but then like one kid is being an asshole to me, and he's like threatening to like, he was like goading me into fighting him, and I fucking start strangling his girlfriend.
Oh my god.
And like a bunch of people had to pull me off.
Wait, well, what year was this? How old were you?
I was maybe 12.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
that's hardly a girlfriend then.
It's 5th grade.
Yeah, I mean you can strangle a girlfriend, like, you know. It's not like they're gonna get married or anything.
Yeah, but the idea was that like, oh, you like want me to attack you because you think you're cool. I'm going to hurt your friend.
That's smart.
Now how cool are you? Well,
That's
yeah,
some
it's also
classic,
evil.
classic villain psychology. Hurt the ones you love. That's what the Joker did to Batman.
So I think it speaks a lot of my parents raising me well. I feel like I've always just had like these fucking horrible tendencies and remorselessness, and I don't know what happened to me. I feel like I'm probably blocking out a bunch of stuff because people will like go like, "Hey, you remember when you saw that guy shoot himself before you went to your friend's birthday party?" I'm like, "No." Are you sure that was me?
Oh, brother. These are some intense experiences.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, it's really fucking bitch made to like for someone my age to have trouble quitting smoking weed, because like that's like the hardest thing for me to quit. I've quit everything else, but it's like, yeah, maybe it's hard for a reason and not just like might be stuff I don't want to think about and remember and stuff.
That is a very positive benefit of weed that I've noticed also. Is like you can kind of just chill and not think about all the things that have happened or that need to be done. Like you can kind of
But you
relax.
have to at some point.
Yeah, that is true, I guess.
And I'll try again at some point. My life isn't so terrible that I need to forget every single part. But I think my parents did a good job raising me just because I've like, yeah, I feel like I could like not care if I hurt people. Like I don't give a fuck. When you are like made to suffer in the place of others, when you're wronged so much before you even understand the world, you just kind of, part of you will always be a demon.
This is why your parents did a good job?
Yeah, because like if my parents did not like raise me well and like teach me ethics and stuff, I probably would have fucking done way worse than I already have. Because, I'm not like innocent or anything. I've done some bad stuff anyway. It could have been worse though.
Yeah, at least you're aware of it. Like there are plenty of people who just think they're great,
They
great
just think
people,
they're great,
and they're actually causing harm everywhere they go.
Yeah, that's like narcissism, whereas I'm just like, I am just overwhelmed with like stupid hormones. There's nothing cool about it.
We'll get some pills for you, bro. Don't worry. We'll get some crazy hormonal pills. You'll be a normal drooling idiot in no time.
Well, that's another thing, is they wanted to put me on Ritalin, and my mom was like, no, that's like how people end up tweakers, is like when you give them fucking amphetamine as a little kid. So my parents are good. No matter what I do. No, that's not true. Your actions always reflect on everyone around you. If I hurt people, I'd be on the news, and they'd be like, he loved the minute hour. Oh, he loved the minute hour every day. That's all he did. That's probably where he got it from. We got to stop him.
That's why we're doing this call-in show right now, to get proof that people were fucked up before they started listening to the Minute Hour.
Yeah.
They just admitted it live on air. It's not my fault.
We'll do it live.
All right, hey, Cody,
All right,
thank
man.
you for calling in.
Of course. Have a great night.
Yeah, have a good one, man. You hear that? ABC, NBC, CBS, what's the other one? Fox. It's not my fault. Okay? I didn't do this. It's these parents, these crazy parents.
Call from
Jay.
What's that,
to
Jug?
accept, press.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this Jug?
No, this is Jay. I'm sorry.
Jay, okay. That makes more sense. How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, man?
Pretty good. We're talking about childhood today on the call-in stream.
Yeah, I noticed.
Did you have a childhood?
I did have a childhood.
What would you rate it? Before you even say anything, just give me a rating, either F to A or 0 out of 10 to 10.
I'd probably give it a good, C.
Okay. All right. Average, middle of the road.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not bragging
well,
about your childhood.
Yeah. Like, what was it? And whenever I was younger and such, up until about, like, I got into high school, I wasn't really eventful or anything. Like, I wasn't really a kid that got out of the house very much, mostly because, like, my family lived on a highway, so it was really hard to get out anywhere.
Your family lives on a what?
We lived on, like, this, like, highway. It's not like an interstate or anything, but this road was called a highway.
Oh, a highway. Okay. I thought you were saying a highland, like in Scotland or something.
No, that would be nice, though.
Yeah,
but
that does
it
sound
wasn't
nice.
until, like, high school that we started having anything, or I started, like, even really learning anything from my childhood or having any, like, good stories and such.
Really? The whole before high school is just a blur?
Well, it's not necessarily a blur. It's just more that there wasn't a whole lot. Like, what was it? I suffered from a lot of mental health issues, so a lot of the times I just wasn't around with people, so I didn't really have those types of stories and such.
You had mental health issues before high school?
Yes.
Like what?
What was it? Whenever I was 5, I was diagnosed with autism, and then whenever I was 8, I got hit with depression and such. So I had all the good fun ones.
Dude. What is 8-year-old depression like?
8-year-old depression is like, well, I guess it kind of mixed with my autism to where, like, a lot of the kids around me didn't really want to hang out. And because I was weird and such, and I didn't understand a lot of the things that was going on. And whenever a little 8-year-old notices that they don't really have a lot of friends that want to hang out with them, you know, that kind of messes with them and they start getting a little sad. And stupid 8-year-old brain doesn't really know that, hey, a lot, like, kids don't want to be around you. So and whenever you try and tell people about it, because, you know, parents and adults ask how you're feeling and such, they're like, you know, an 8-year-old doesn't understand that. So they're like, oh, I don't have friends. And they're like, oh, okay, this guy must have, like, chemicals or something wrong.
So what were the symptoms of that beyond, like, feeling bad? Like, was there something so significant that, like, it actually required intervention, or was it just people asking you and you said that you're sad and then they were like, all right, we gotta bring this kid to a doctor?
My parents said that there was an event to where, like, I, like, made a comment about ending my life whenever I was really young.
Oh my
but
God.
I don't, well, like, they say that, but I don't remember this, and I don't really think that's the case looking back on it, because I've never actually had those thoughts or felt that way. It's just, I may have just said that as, like, a bit of attention to try and get people to actually look at me.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when I think of kids in general, I think all kids are mentally ill. I mean, like, because they're only, like, half-formed people, so, like, they're always saying crazy shit, like, and I just ignore it. I just ignore it. It's like, it's just some crazy kid. Is that, like, when you were a kid, do you think you would have benefited from people ignoring you, or was it better that there was an intervention?
I think it was a little bit better that I had intervention. The only real effect that it had is that I had to go to a therapist and a psychiatrist a lot. And they
As an
gave me medicine that
8-year-old?
didn't really- Yes, as an 8-year-old. And they gave me medicine, which really didn't do anything. And it didn't really affect me in the sense. It was more that I think I was just may have been really, really lonely, and I didn't have any friends. And that didn't really change until, like, around high school and such.
Do you do you still consider yourself autistic today?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Does that affect
what is
your current life? Like,
Not really. Not much anymore.
whenever some people learn that I have autism, they don't they kind of get drawn back and they're like, oh, like I couldn't tell. But that's mostly because a lot of people only recognize like the people who like the low functioning to where like they need constant help and such.
Right. I also think of
But-
like the people who like they'll corner you at a party and start talking about trains, and it's like you can't stop them. Like
Yeah.
that's my main barometer for autism is trains.
Well, I had there was one guy in my undergrad that was really into dinosaurs and such,
Mhm.
and he knew a lot about dinosaurs, but he wasn't very say well in other areas. But I also have some things like that, but it's not very major. The main way that it kind of affects me nowadays is like whenever I'm talking with people, like they'll say something, and like while we're talking I kind of understand the point that they're making instead of really kind of listening to them.
Oh,
What is
hell
it?
yeah.
It reminds me kind of like at a church or something, like the preacher saying something, and like I can kind of push away the faith and the points about using like the Bible and such, and I can understand, okay, this is what you're trying to do.
Dude, that's what I do. That's what I'm like on this show. I haven't been listening. I just heard autism. I heard, just a few keywords, and I'm like, all right, let's just talk about those things.
Yeah, I think you might need to go see a doctor.
No. This is how it works, bro. I can't listen to every single word that comes into my ears. That's crazy. No, but that's that's an interesting thing, like being diagnosed with things as a child. Because I always think that's weird as an adult. I never had to deal with that like when I was a kid, and I feel like it's more common as we go forward in time, because it's just like there's kind of larger apparatuses. I don't know what the plural of apparatus is. These I don't want to say industries, but just like it's more common now to diagnose young children with things such as autism or ADHD or ADD or anything. Whereas like when I was a kid, it was kind of just like kids are weird. Some are weirder than others. The really weird ones, they probably got to get a special program or something. But like there was not a lot of like diagnosing.
Yeah. What was it? Looking back on it, I think a large part of it was kind of like I was born in 2000, so my parents like largely grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, and I feel like they kind of wanted to have some sense of reason as to why some of their kids were like that, and I think that's kind of survived into today. Like my girlfriend, she's working for a psychology degree, and she talks about a bunch of the like neurodivergent and a lot of these things.
Yeah.
And from my childhood, I don't really trust a lot of psychiatrists very much nowadays, and I question some of the validity of it. But I kind of notice that a lot of people want to know a reason why they are the way that they are, instead of like accepting kind of that they're just like this, what is it? Not to like draw back, but like the spectrum of a person.
So for you as a kid, when you were young and you were feeling kind of like outside of the normal like friend groups and stuff, like you weren't able to penetrate that what seemed like normal, was it occurring to you that like you felt abnormal and you needed some kind of treatment or intervention, or was it something that your parents were like, we don't understand why he's not getting a part of this, so we want to understand what's the problem?
I think that there were parts later on, but there were a lot of earlier cases on that kind of led them to it. Like, what was it? Whenever I was young, like 3 or 4 or something, my parents said that I didn't like form full sentences until I was like like late 2, early 3 or something. So there were times before then. But as a kid, I never really felt that I was an outsider or weird. Like, it's hard to look on yourself and think that you're weird. It's just more that
especially at
kids just
such a
didn't want to
young
be around
age.
me. Yeah. And honestly, I think that's kind of why a lot of people who have autism usually like hone in on these little things, because they're kind of ostracized from the kid groups. And you know, whenever you don't hang out with friends, you're like, well, what am I going to do with my time? So then they find something that interests them, and they're like, okay, I have an infinite amount of time for this, so I'm just going to bulldoze through this and learn everything. And it's kind of like a downward spiral to where now you know a bunch about dinosaurs and not a lot about anything else. And now people are going to think, oh, now the weird kid knows dinosaurs.
That could be like your thing, yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, overall, I don't think it's been a negative impact on me. I don't like to think that my life has been determined by this diagnosis.
Yeah. Well, so you said you have a girlfriend now, right?
I do, yes.
Hey. Autistic girlfriend, like
yes,
that's
she,
good.
She also is, which is funny enough.
Oh, dude, I didn't even mean that. But hell yeah. Nice. But so do you think I don't know if she's listening, if this is going to be some sort of problem, but do you think that you want to have kids at some point?
I think I do. She definitely wants some. And what is it? With us both being autistic, I'm kind of afraid to have kids like go through like public education and such, and if they are autistic, be like bullied and ostracized and such, and kind of go through some of the same things that I had. But at the same time, I don't really, I don't think that giving them even the perfect conditions is going to make it anything. Like I heard you say that everyone intentionally or unintentionally traumatizes their child. And in some senses, all I can hope is that they can make it through okay. That like kind of I and some other people have, and I'll be there for them whenever something comes up that they don't really understand.
It's not even a bad thing. Like my saying that is not, it's not a bad thing. I don't think because people are just people. And there's nobody's perfect. And so, like, you're going to have a kid and you're going to spend all your time with them and, you're going to try your best. But you're going to fail in some regards. Like, there's nobody who's perfect. But also your failures are what, teach kids how to deal with, like, those sorts of failures. Like, you gotta have parents who fail so that kids learn how to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a very, very normal thing. It's, trauma is a scary word, but, like, trauma for a child, like, a child could be traumatized by, like, spilling his ice cream. Like, I fucking spilled my ice cream. My life is ruined. It's like, it's not, it's not going to ruin their life. It's just going to teach them, like, hey, sometimes your ice cream falls out of the ice cream cone.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
All right, have a good one, man.
You too, man.
I thought of a childhood story. When I was very young, my dad used to do birthday spankings. This is a true story. For some reason, still not apparent to me. When it was your birthday, you got to go on the couch with Dad and get your pants pulled down and your underwear and get spanked for the amount of years that you were alive that day. And all the other siblings would gather around and cheer and laugh, and it was a wonderful time. It stopped at some point. I don't remember it after like maybe 8 years old, but that was a real thing that was occurring, and I still don't understand it.
Call from
Dave.
Barry? Barry?
Not Barry.
What was it?
Dave.
Oh wow, Dave. Okay, that's not
Barry's
even close.
projection.
Yes. I don't know why I heard Barry. All right, Dave. What's up, Dave?
Nothing much, man. This is the first time I've gotten through, and I swear to God, I've probably called you into your shows hundreds of times.
My God. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even expect it.
You're here. It's time to make your mark. You can say whatever kind of crazy shit you want.
Oh, let's not get carried away.
It's up to you, Dave. You're running this show right now. All right, Dave, we're talking about childhood.
Yeah, interesting topic. Everyone's had one, right?
Exactly. That's my thought exactly.
Some better than others.
What was yours like?
Kind of weird. Had a single drug-addicted mom of two.
Oh.
Had her own shit going on. And then, dealing with that and coming out of it as an adult. I wasn't quite an adult, It's one of those things where you realize the environments you were brought up around are really just kind of immature and didn't really set you up for success in the real world. So I was took a while to really fully grow up. I'd say I don't think that happened until I was like 28, 29.
Oh, mama. Hey,
Yeah.
So you're dealing with your mom's got a drug addiction. How serious are we talking? What class of drugs?
Like off and on to NA.
The what?
Definitely weed.
What's NA?
Narcotics Anonymous.
Oh,
Narcotics
God.
Anonymous.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think she was definitely into weed and alcohol, but she also, I think, dabbled in some of the harder shit.
So beyond having to deal with, obviously, I mean, like having a mom that's getting into that shit, that's gonna lead to its own bag of problems. Just with a motherhood, were you having to navigate like dealers and like her life in that regard?
No. I mean, she always like found relationships, but they're always unstable.
Mm-hmm.
So there was always like a male around, but it was just basically a shitbag.
Right.
Really nothing to offer besides like more bad influence.
Right.
So I was lucky enough to have a older brother that was more cognizant of some of the things that were going on, whereas like I can, looking back when you're super little and you're like, I really don't know what the hell's going on. The older brother kind of was there to make sure you didn't get, swept up in too weird as shit.
Like kind of shielded you from the worst of it?
Yeah. You'd be like, no, go over here. Like, go into this room. Like, don't be out here kind of thing.
Right.
So.
Where are they at today, your mom and your older brother?
My mom is, she's semi-retired. She kind of straightened up her act in that regard. I think she just never dealt with like her traumas, as a young adult. I think that was something that just kind of perpetuated all the shit we went through, was her like not facing her own reality. But she did all right for herself. She eventually went back to school, became a nurse, cleaned up, but this was
bad.
At the tail end of like my time of living with her. Like I moved out at 17.
Mm-hmm.
My brother, he's doing pretty good. He's got like 2 kids and his own business, and he's kind of living his dream.
Nice.
So and it took me a while to unfuck myself, but I eventually did. I was one of those people that made a lot of fucking excuses for why things aren't working out, except I wasn't changing anything I was really fucking doing besides like, a job, or, I just didn't apply myself right. And so I took some steps to correct all that, and I think I did all right in the long run. So
you said your mom is kind of retired, or at least semi-retired from from
nursing.
And her like getting into that was like when you were a teen or something, like
yeah, I think she got her nursing license when I was like 16.
It makes me think, because like, a a big thing with drugs is like kind of putting off your immediate responsibilities, to kind
Right.
of, yeah, like, you know what I'm talking about? Like it's, it's a way to feel better now without having to address like the real problems. Did you or your brother like go down that road also, or were you like very against it?
I mean, like I hated secondhand smoke, like because she always smoked cigarettes in the house. So I didn't smoke, but I definitely drink. That's it. My brother, he doesn't even. I think he does like CBD oil or something like that. Like, so I mean, we're both older with kids, right? And
You got
that's
kids?
kind of. I got a kid, yeah.
Nice.
So he's 7. I think he has I think like a spoiled childhood, which is weird, right? Like I have a really warped sense of what a childhood should be from my own experience, and so I need like that I guess more objective input from my wife at times to be like, should I like be a little harder on him for this stuff? She's like, dude, no, relax. What you went through was not normal. You don't want that for him, so don't put that shit on him. Like, control yourself. So it's
that's really great.
Interesting dynamic.
That's really great that you've got a wife who both recognizes that and like also you're able to like accept that.
Yeah, she'll fuck with me too about it too, which is great. She'll she had both of her parents. My dad was nowhere in the picture. Whenever it comes up, she's like, "Oh man, my dad loved me," It's like, fuck you. But it's good times. After 17 years, you can do that with one another and not really get too hurt about it because it's coming from a good place.
Dude, that's wonderful. I'm very glad to hear that you got a kid and like it's working out. Like,
yeah, dude. Most people I knew like went through a lot of the same shit I did. Like one of my best friends, he's a fucking burnout, right? Like one of my best friends from like the peak of the stupidity that I was going through and what he went through. He's just like a total fucking burnout, like no memory, like just he was a smart kid like back in the day, but now you like, last I heard he was working at Walmart, just kind of not doing shit, and this was a kid that was accelerated, right, in math and science kind of stuff, and he just after years of dealing with his parents' shit as a kid, he's not really he didn't live up to his potential. So
what do you think is the difference between you two? It's like what enabled you to move beyond your childhood experience and have like have a more normal existence?
I don't know, to be honest. It was just one of those random, circumstantial things. I mean, had maybe a couple things gone different for me, I could have been him, and vice versa. I really don't know.
What was it that like kept you from like smoking weed or doing like, you said you drink a little, but like you're not doing the same drugs that your mom did?
I just didn't, never really appealed, didn't really understand it. I mean, all I saw growing up was that kind of stuff just was, the people I saw doing it weren't the best examples. And it took me a while to find good examples or to, find like a way to, I don't know. That's my kid popping, I don't know, a little packaging material thing.
Nice.
Hey, dude, I'm on the phone. What do you mean? Sorry.
Well, so you had like your older brother as like a good role model.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, he definitely got into some stuff when he was a kid, or a teen, I should say, but nothing too crazy. So he kind of steered me away from some of that stuff, knowing that what he went through and what we had been through. So,
yeah. Hey, man.
But,
thank you for calling in. Appreciate you telling me about this.
Glad to finally make it on.
Hell yeah.
Glad to have the streams back too.
Yes, and they're back. They're back for business for good. So there'll be plenty more.
Chill. All right. Have a good one.
Have a go, man. Okay. Gonna take a slightly extended break here. We'll come back with the boys. We'll do a bunch more calls. And then we'll probably call it. I mean, the show's, we're going for like 4 hours. As opposed to the 8-hour stream we did freaking last time. I want to do a more normal thing. All right, be back in a few minutes. Okay, again, for people who weren't watching at the beginning, the music from the stream is from Stomach Book, formerly the artist formerly known as Gibral, who was featured on Sub TV. Stomach Book. Check the description of this video, this very video, to check out this album that I've been playing. SoundCloud and Bandcamp links are in there. Let's see what the boys are up to now. Ew!
Ew.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, bros? Moxie, you're doing different stuff now. What are you doing now?
I'm doing the hand collating now. Just at the grab one from each pile, make a stack that, and do that a couple hundred times.
Is that what happens before the creasing?
No, this is after creasing. We already did the creasing. You saw the creasing.
So you
on.
crease the individual pages and then collate?
Yes.
I wasn't watching. I had to talk to people.
I explained it to you.
I wasn't listening.
I know, you never listen.
I can't argue with that.
I creased every pile. Now I hand collate them. And then I've got the little stacks that I need to staple. And then I staple each one. And then I fold them all by hand. And then I trim them.
What do you fold them with?
My hands.
Whoa. Hand folded.
I said that earlier too. God damn it.
All right. I'm sorry. Let's go to someone else who's not upset with me. Hey, large homosexual, you're still here.
Yes.
What's up?
What's up?
It's late for
Wow.
you, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not really feeling like sleeping.
Nice. Was anybody listening to the stream by chance?
No, we were talking to each other about, some very deep life shit. Because we're adults and we have a lot to discuss.
I don't like the sound of that.
Oh, I know. Were people calling going, hey, I'm on drugs?
There were a few like that.
I listened
yeah.
to that one, the first one that was like, I smoke weed all day or something.
That was the first guy.
I listened to him like for 5 minutes and I was like, yeah, rather talk to Moxie.
Gus.
He would rather talk to me than listen to a guy call in who smokes weed all day, every day.
Look, people got to cope with because it's because of their childhood, man. That's what we're getting to the bottom of.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What do you guys do to cope?
Drinking mostly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Drinking mostly.
Drinking. Lordy, large homosexual.
Not drinking currently.
Well, what do you
I
do
don't
to
know.
cope then?
I don't know. Honestly, go on living. Because I mean, what's the alternative?
So you just don't cope at all? You cope by living? What?
Yeah, I just cope by existing.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
You think you're better than us?
Yeah, I haven't had alcohol in 6 weeks, 7.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Damn.
All right.
You are better than us.
I am better than you.
Oh man, you haven't been doing anything for 6 weeks? Any kind of mind-altering substances?
No. I mean,
wow. Teach us.
I watched the Minions movie. Is that a mind altering?
So that's how you've been. So that's how you've been coping.
That's how I cope. I post
you watch the
memes of wacky Tic Tacs on Facebook.
Tic Tacs. All right. Well, okay. That sounds like a good coping strategy. Watch the Minions movie.
I'm a bloomer now.
What does that mean?
Do you know doomers?
I've seen that word, but I don't understand it really.
Well, if you think that life is shit and you just wanna you think everything is gonna turn to ass, that's basically being a doomer. You just think that everything is gonna turn to shit in the future.
Okay.
But if think about the opposite way. You can be a bloomer. You think that life is going to be great and shit.
That's what you
Right?
think?
I mean, maybe. Why would it be shit? I mean, life is already so fucking shit. Do you think it can get worse?
I mean, what do you dude? This guy copes by living. That's his cope is living. Of course, he's a bloomer.
You just gotta go on. I mean, it can't get worse. We're ingesting microplastics, and I think maybe the microplastics make you more like docile.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some news article. It was like you eat a credit card's worth of plastic every week.
And it's all skewed by one guy eating 500 plastic credit cards.
I mean, how did
That's
it
the
even work?
average.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that as a concept, but where would I store all that plastic?
Yeah, really. I'm not getting like bigger every week. I'm not. You'd think eventually those credit cards would add up.
Yeah, I mean, am I shitting microplastic out again? Is it like, do I?
And if you can shit it, what's even the problem?
I don't know. I'm not.
Sounds like a dietary aid.
Yeah, like roughage to keep everything moving.
Yeah, or what was that shit like Olestra or something, where it's like, ooh, fat-free chips, where your body doesn't absorb this oily substance, but instead you just get like oily shits.
Oh, I think they do that with like some sugars too, where it's like sugar that you can't absorb, so it just
Sugar
runs
alcohols. Yeah, dude, those things do make you
I think
shit.
birch sugar.
Birch.
Yeah, like the tree.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can make sugar out of that somehow.
Oh yeah.
And then you I don't know. You can't digest it.
It just sits in you forever.
I assume you shit
just,
it out.
It just goes right through the system. That's like the sugar alcohols, like maltitol and xylitol and all that stuff. Like a lot of the sugar-free candies, they use that, and then they have warnings on it, like, hey, if you eat more like 4 pieces, you're gonna get like an upset stomach and you're gonna shit mud. So don't do that because your body doesn't absorb it. That's why you don't get calories, but it still has to go through you. You know, that's all these things where they're just like, oh yeah, your body doesn't absorb it. So it's calorie free and go, oh, okay, so it just goes straight through and I shit out chemicals and mud and all that stuff. Like, you gotta look out for all those dietary things.
Isn't that also just like vegetables? Like, isn't that what insoluble fiber is? Like fiber that you don't digest. It's just there to push the rest of your shit out of your ass.
Yeah, but that's got body to it. So it forms roughage, whereas the other things will just be like chemicals. So if you could probably eat like a whole bag of Russell Stover sugar-free chocolates with mannitol in it and maltitol or whatever. If you eat a bunch of roughage as well, it would probably soak it up and you could have some soft stool instead of mud shooting out your ass.
God damn. Topic of next stream: stool and roughage.
How about just nutrition? What about nutrition and food instead of only shit?
That could be
I
good.
think we talked about food already, didn't we?
But
last week?
not in a nutritious way at all.
Yeah, nutrition is different because that's like a religion.
I think it's insane that we still do not really understand nutrition as a concept. Like,
it's pretty nuts.
If you look up what is healthy to eat, you'll get like 500 different opinions from like pseudoscientists to actual scientists. Like I followed like, I think it was a Reddit or something that's called World Carnivore Tribe or something like that.
Oh, is that the carnivore diet?
It's raw carnivores. I don't remember what it was called. Like I found it somewhere and I looked at it a few times, and it's just people who basically eat raw meat.
You know what's crazy about all these wacky diets is it does work for some people.
Yes.
Like, all humans are not the same. So like you have to figure out what works for you out of all this wacky shit. Some of it sounds ridiculous, and then you try it. Like eating 3 meals in a week, and just going like, "Oh, this one works for me." Who would have known? Huh?
People who like poison themselves by eating too much liver, like raw liver, because if you eat liver, it has a lot of vitamin A, I think, and then you can basically die from that.
Yeah.
From overdosing vitamin A.
Or like people who overdose on vitamin D and they need to get vitamin K in as well, because if you don't have both of them, then you can overdose on D.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of shit when it comes to nutrition. It's a wacky, fascinating world. It's nuts.
And to link it back to our actual topic, the thing that fucks you over is that if you have like a bad diet as a kid, it might influence your gut biome enough to actually, make you fat or unhealthy for life, because it's hard to recultivate your gut biome, from what I understand. I mean, people do not understand that either by now. I've tried looking up how gut biomes work, and I have no fucking idea, and nobody really knows, because with the overprescription of antibiotics and shit, it's really hard to find someone who has a natural, in quotation marks, gut biome.
I went to Walmart in the past few weeks, and I saw these kids, and their parents were so fat. I mean, like the fattest people you can imagine. Like it's insane. Like they're just rolling around. Like they need assistance with every kind of movement, and their kids were as fat, like the same proportional kind of fatness as them, but they were like 8 or 10 years old. It made me so angry that like you've ruined your kid's entire life by whatever you're doing, whatever you're deciding to feed them at home. Like it's clearly turned this child into a monster, and it's like they're not gonna the chances of them like learning and having the motivation to change their entire diet, like the way that they've eaten for like their entire childhood, is so small. Like you just fucking ruined your child's life. You just made your child a fat fucker for the rest of their life. Like you should be in jail for doing these terrible things to your children. I find it very appalling. At Walmart.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's amazing too. Like if you think about just how many calories that must be over such a long series of time.
Because kids have that really active metabolism too. Like if you're able to override that,
it's so hard for a kid to get fat.
And like
and
a chubby kid is a whole different scenario. I was a chubby kid. Like that's totally normal. That's fine. But like to be an obese 8-year-old is like you're overcoming nature in such a strong way. It's like you have to really be actively ruining your child's life to do that.
You have to be trying really hard to consume that many calories in a day. It's like how many are these kids eating? Like 4,000 calories a day or something to get to that size.
But I looked it up.
Disturbing.
If you don't actually need to eat that much to sustain weight. Like if you are 440 pounds and if you are like 6 feet tall, 440 pounds, that's only like 3,500 to 4,000 calories per day.
That's still so much. I mean, but I agree that's less than what I thought, but that is still so much.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you actually like wanna sustain that weight, it's not that hard. As in if you look at how calorie dense certain foods are, there's like chocolate bars where they maybe like 400 to 500 calories.
You know, yeah, like a Snickers bar or whatever will be like 230. Like most standard size candy bars are around 250.
It says here 100 calories of Snickers are 500. 100 grams of Snickers are 500 calories.
Grams. What is that? Is that?
I think the average bar.
Grams here.
What is that?
I think the average
One
bar
bar
is
serving
40 something grams, right?
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it is now.
Yeah, it says one serving is 50 grams, so it's 230 per Snickers bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So you got to eat like 30 Snickers bars a day or something.
No, you have to eat.
Do the actual math. I didn't do it.
If you're a fat,
20.
yeah,
Yeah,
20 Snickers bars in a day is a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, you do eat something besides Snickers bars, I assume.
But
yeah, I mean, of course, if you're that size and you're like
Right.
maintaining weight, you're a fat ass
You
and you're eating a bunch of. I mean, really, the thing is like sugary drinks, you know, because like people will drink like a 2 liter of Coca-Cola, which is like 700 calories or whatever the shit it is.
And that's big with the gamers.
It's actually
too.
750 if you drink 2 liters. Just
Okay,
looked it up.
750. I'm getting close on
dude,
these calorie numbers.
It's a big it's a big gamer thing because that's the other thing. Like the gamers, like those are the kids. They're gaming all day. They don't get any kind of exercise, and they're also drinking like soda all day. Like soda is what kills you.
Soda's the
What's
worst.
absolutely insane? 2 liters of cola has 190 grams of sugar.
Oh yeah.
I want to
what
see
the
that in a
fuck?
pile. I want to see that in a pile on the table, and just start lapping
Actually,
it up.
I do have a good related story about that. I have 2 friends, you met them, the 2 Molkman guys. When they made sweet tea as a kids, they would know they added enough sugar when all like possible sugar had dissolved into the tea, and it started to like accumulate at the bottom of the vessel.
When the liquid
like,
was
totally
fully
soluble.
saturated.
Yeah,
God.
yeah, that's how they knew it was done.
We used to do that when I was a kid. My brother used to tell me we used to have like the Lipton dried iced tea powder, and he would make me a drink called Australian beer. That's what he called it, Australian beer. And it was the same thing. It was like you just put so much Lipton tea powder into water that like it cannot take any more, and then you have to chug it as fast as you can. But I wasn't like that was just a fun event, you know. I wasn't drinking that every day. And then I eventually realized like, oh wait, this is actually not something anybody should have.
I wonder if stuff got more calorie dense in like the last 15, 20 years. Like, I assume it did, because if you think about the obesity epidemic in a way, I don't think people actively try to get fatter in a way, but somehow food must have gotten worse.
The cheapest
or eating habits, or something must have happened.
The cheapest like prepared food is like the worst for you. Like there is really, really cheap food that is not bad for you if you're willing to prepare it. But like if you want something that is just done and you can eat it, like that is the worst stuff available for you.
Yeah, dude, if you're living off of ramen and Tina's burritos, like you're gonna die. And then you're like, oh, this salty, horrible shit. I need to wash it down with some Mountain Dew. God damn, you're gonna die.
But if you just like would devote an hour like every day to like preparing your own food, you could eat cheaper than that and also just be like, you know, incredibly more healthy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't even take that much time. You just have to, you know, you can be lazy and be healthy at the same time. You know? Just don't eat seed oils. Don't drink sugary drinks.
You're not using rapeseed?
No. You gotta use your pork fat, your chicken fat, your butter. all that natural shit. You know, like you can get you go to Walmart and get a bag of frozen steaming bag, like Brussels sprouts, green beans, whatever. That shit's under $1.
That's
and the
way
whole
easy.
bag, you just put it in the microwave, put it on high for however long they tell you to do it, pull it out, put a pat of butter on it, salt and pepper, and then, throw some other stuff with it. That's like 300 calories, including that butter, Butter's most of it right there. But you do need fat to survive. Your body needs fat. It's not hard to eat healthy. It's just, if you don't want to, you're not going to do it.
You don't
So
have
the
to
issue
be.
is-
Yeah.
If you remember, I don't know if this is something that happened when you grew up, but basically, sugar was promoted as being not that bad as fat. So everybody tried to have like low fat, but a lot of the low fat products have like way more sugar to balance out the flavor, I guess.
Yeah,
Sugar
that was
is
a
way.
pretty 90s thing, yeah.
Sugar is
Yeah,
way
but
worse
then
than
now we
fat.
found out that all of these studies were being found funded by the sugar lobby, basically. So
Sugar
we've been lied
babies.
to in a way. But I think maybe that's also something that happened. That there's a certain generation that is born around like 10 years ago or something that's still living in this candy paradise in a way where they get like so much sugary shit and like everything has so much sugar in it still nowadays because we're still not over the putting sugar into everything just to make it taste good and slightly or rather more addictive, and maybe that's why people like kids are still getting so fat or getting more fat than they used to in a way.
I think a lot of it really is just that there's more, there's less cooking and more just eating packaged goods and eating out. People don't cook as much as they used to. And, it's just like, but at the same time, it depends on what you're eating. Like if you're eating like a bag of Cheetos and a liter of Coke every day, that's a lot of calories. But at the same time, like, in the morning, if you like fry up like 6 eggs, eat those for breakfast, and then have a Whopper for lunch and a Whopper for dinner, that's like 2,000 calories.
Right.
You're not going to gain weight doing that. So like and that's a shit ton of food, and that's eating 2 Whoppers in a day. So especially if you get them without mayo or whatever on it, because that's a tablespoon of mayo is going to be like 120 calories.
Don't
And it's
don't start shitting on mayo.
Mayo sucks.
I knew this
shit.
was coming.
It's garbage.
You order your Whopper with you
man.
order
Come
a
on.
Whopper without mayo. That's insane.
No, what you do is you take out the mayo and you let him put in that spicy cheese sauce shit.
Yeah,
in the
just
Whopper.
put in a sauce with flavor. Like, I'll say like, hey, no mayo. Can you add barbecue sauce? Barbecue
Yeah.
sauce has sugar, yeah, but it'll be like 30 calories and have flavor. Mayo is going to be like 120, 150. God knows how many calories.
Those are
Don't
good.
need it.
Those
Don't
are
need
good.
it.
Those are
But
good
mayo's got
calories.
texture.
It's got fat.
I mean-
It's got protein. I love mayo.
Yeah, but mayo is
I'm gonna make my own mayo.
oil with.
Because
Hey.
there's not enough fat and protein in a goddamn hamburger.
Okay.
Come on.
That's a good point. All right. Well, to bring it back to childhood,
Yeah, that's right.
when you're a child, yeah, we're really going off on nutrition. When you're a child, this is something that I remember very clearly. Like, my mom is a great cook. She's an excellent cook. She makes delicious food. And, I didn't care about that shit, that home cooked meal at all when I was a kid. I was like, oh, fucking mom is making this shit again. I loved McDonald's. Like, when it was like, tonight we're going to have McDonald's. Like, oh my God, yes, fucking yes, finally. Like, that food has the weird ass chemicals in it that make it taste so good, and it's so addictive. So it's like,
I think also it being like a special occasion, like if you're not eating
Sure.
it all the time. Because
Yeah.
for me too and my family, eating out basically that never happened. Like going and getting fast food was eating out. That was a special occasion. And then even at the same time, it wasn't like get whatever you want. Like my dad would be like, "Hey, we're gonna go to Jack in the Box. How many tacos do you want? Or you can spend up to $2." You know, it's like that was my eating out experience.
It was similar
And it
for us
was
where
special,
it was,
yeah.
it was very like it didn't happen often enough. So like every time it did happen, it was like, oh my god, hell yeah. And it was like when I moved out, when I first moved out, I lived like literally in an apartment block above a McDonald's. So to go to McDonald's, I just had to walk downstairs. And it was finally then that I ate McDonald's so many times every week that I finally got it in my brain like, oh, this food is really bad. It's not good. It doesn't actually taste good. When you have it like 3 times a week, like all the allure is gone. Like you finally understand that it's so much worse than cooking your own meal. But it takes it takes eating it so much.
I worked at a movie theater and I got like infinite free soda. We would use those little cone cups and just grab soda whenever we wanted. And after like maybe 2 or 3 months of working at that theater, I just completely stopped drinking soda altogether. It's just so syrupy and I'd feel it course through me. And yeah.
You have to overdo it to actually realize that like, oh, this is bad. This is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just as a childhood thing. Like kids definitely don't appreciate home cooking. You appreciate it later when you're without home cooking for a while, and then you
don't
can be
know
like,
what you have until it's gone.
Exactly. Then eventually you reach a point where you're like, I wish that I could actually have a delicious home cooked meal. I don't know. I don't have any idea how to do that.
My mom was a really bad cook. So I learned how to cook early on. Like the first time I cooked solo, I was like 6 years old. I was like, you know what? I want French toast. I'm just gonna make it. I saw mom make it. I'll just do it. And then just like as things went on from there, I was just like, I like my cooking more than my mom's cooking. My mom doesn't have a sense of smell, so a lot of times, like seasoning and whatnot, like that has a big influence on taste and all that. So like there's just lots of bland food and weird flavors. So like I learned pretty early on how to cook for myself, and I liked my own food more. So I've been cooking for myself for, the majority of my meals since my early teens. And before that, I cooked every once in a while. But like, yeah, I've been cooking for myself for like 20 years.
Yeah, I did not really get that big into it until my early 20s. And it's only been like recently really where like I kind of feel like I get it, like with cooking. Like I don't know, you have to go through a period where like you're just trying out whatever, and you eventually reach a point where like you kind of understand how it works. Like, there are only so many flavor categories, and it's sort of just like you just taste something after you've cooked it for a while and be like, all right, which category is it lacking in right now? And I'm going to add an ingredient that beefs up that category.
Yeah. I do that with smell. I don't taste my food as I go along. I smell it. I go, oh, it's missing this. It's missing that. And then I taste a couple times towards the end.
Yeah, I don't taste it until I'm about to eat it because I don't like trust it until I think it's done. Like I'll taste.
And it's all meshed together, right?
Exactly. Like I'll cook a soup for 2 hours, and I won't taste it until like I'm about to pour a bowl, and then I'll be like, "Oh my god, this tastes like nothing. I screwed up." But no, all it needs is it's more salt, more acid, more of this, more sweet, more spicy. Like there are only so many things you can do to it. If you've cooked something like with a bunch of ingredients for a couple hours, like there's a lot of flavor in there. You just got to figure out at the very end like how to bring it all to the front.
Yeah.
But we're talking about food and cooking. God damn it.
Childhood.
This is not about childhood. As a child, I ate lots of good food and I didn't appreciate it at all. What about you guys? What, large homosexual. What were you eating as a child?
Too much, I think. I was
home cooking
pretty,
or what?
Mixed. Like some home cooking, some like I don't know, like frozen food and shit. That's more like just heat it up. But usually home cooking. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't like a big impression. I remember my grandmother was pretty good at cooking, but she did like pretty hefty food. Like imagine someone who's lived through a world war. That kind of food.
Bad.
And no, not bad, but fatty. And like
keep you
a lot
hearty.
of calorie dense, because basically she was used to cooking for someone who was people who did hard labor all day. Because my like back in the day,
Man.
I don't know, like they cooked like way more calorie dense because people didn't sit on their ass all day. So she cooked for like my grandfather who was like had like a I don't know what to even like describe it as. He would deliver like stones and shit, so he had to
Stones?
carry that shit on like with a wagon and stuff. So he would take building material from one place to another, kinda.
Is it like giant buildings that were rubble from the Nazi bombers? He had to bring.
I mean that's too far back. More like
what war
post-war.
then? What war? Oh, post.
Yeah, post-war.
Okay, I see.
Because I mean, yeah. So they had to, and like general construction shit. And if you have to lift like heavy stuff, you have to eat a lot of food. And so she cooked more hefty, calorie dense stuff, like I don't know, dumplings filled with like meat and shit, which is pretty neat,
dumplings
good.
are good.
But it's a lot of calories because basically they used pork fat, like
lard.
Lard, yeah, fuck lard. For everything, like lard is just a base ingredient.
Lard is delicious.
Yes, but also, I mean, it's rather calorie dense.
Yeah.
And you should just put lard into everything just to make it taste better.
I watched some video of a Hungarian grandma making goulash, and it had a lot of lard, more lard than I've ever seen in a soup or stew recipe. I wanted to say this, like this is the difference between our regions. Is you had a war. We didn't have to deal with that war at all, really. Like
you constantly have wars. You just don't have them on home turf.
That's what I mean. It's like, we do war as like a tour. It's like, oh, let's go to this country and fuck shit up for a minute. But where you are, like, there was a war that was actually causing problems where you lived.
Yeah, I mean, just so everybody knows, he's talking about the Emu War in Australia back in 1932.
That was a big one.
The Great Emu War.
It's still going, isn't it?
Didn't the Emus win?
Oh, they stopped? Oh, all right. I don't know.
yeah. They won, and now like they own Australia.
Good for them. Yeah, but
no, but I mean,
like war as a thing like that, that obviously greatly impacts how people live their lives if there's actually a war going on where you live.
I mean, yeah. I assume so. I mean,
It's like
I
people
don't
in the
think-
U.S. talk about the depression. Like that's the last major thing. It's like, oh, depression stew. It's got hot dogs and beans, and it's like that's not that bad. Like people were just poor for a minute, but nobody was like their houses were being blown up by foreign powers.
Yeah, my grandmother told me, meat was something that was really, really, really rare. So what she did is she bought like half a pig, like bi-yearly, maybe like, or maybe 3 times a year. And then she used all of it and just like, everything she couldn't use right away. It was just frozen down, and yeah. So she actually knew how to completely like dissect or like you get all of the meat out of a pig carcass. Which also is something, I wouldn't know where to start if someone gave me half of a pig.
All you gotta do is just chop off every piece that seems foreign to you and boil it for 12 hours, and you've got delicious pork broth.
That's what you do with the bones. Follow the bones when you're carving, and then you got bones. Throw those in. That's broth.
I guess I watched The Butcher. It's like a reality TV show where they kind of cut down meat competitively.
I like it. I want to watch this.
And I think they only did 1 season because it was pretty insanely stupid. But yeah, watching that, seeing people talk about how to cut down meat, it's pretty interesting. I wouldn't know shit about it though. So yeah.
What if we only do food and cooking as the topic from now on?
Childhood food.
Yeah, the topic is just a just a variable on food. What did you eat in your childhood?
It's kind of hard to get away from food. I don't know why.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, maybe that's because food is comfort for us, and food is also something we share with other people as a memory, and it also divides us.
You also need it to survive. Everyone has experienced food.
Yeah, but everybody had a childhood. Literally.
But we can't relate to that. We can only relate to the food that was eaten.
I would never go up to someone and be like, hey, tell me about your childhood. But I would walk up to somebody and be like, hey, what's the weirdest meal you've ever eaten?
Yeah. Would you know right away what the weirdest meal you ever ate was, if I ask you?
No, I'd have to think about it because I'm always trying weird shit.
Yeah, because you eat random shit all the time.
Yeah, it becomes
maybe
normal.
The issue is that you still living your childhood.
With childlike wonder and joy?
No. Taking random shit out of your fucking cupboard and throwing it together and then be like, that's food. Like,
I didn't do that! I made French toast, man!
No, I mean nowadays, not back in the day.
No, back in the day, the first thing I ever cooked was French toast. I made real food, damn it.
I don't know.
I do
Is
more
French toast
weird
real
shit
food?
now. Yes. Well, yeah. No, well, it's not good.
Is that just literally like toast with eggs on it?
Huh?
No, that's
it's
eggs
sliced
in a
bread
basket.
that you put in beaten eggs and sugar and milk. Or some
Eggs
shit.
and milk and and then you soak the bread in it, you fry it up so it's all custardy and whatnot. Yeah, I mean it's a simple meal. It's a meal that a child can make, which I did in childhood.
Childhood.
The theme of tonight.
All right, let's call it there. Childhood. Hey.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for talking to me, boys. Bye.
Wait, is that okay?
That's that. Childhood. We did it.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Childhood. We're barely talking about the topic. A lot of talk about food. It's hard to stop. Once you get going, I could keep going about food. We kind of have to think about it. You know, we could do food indefinitely.
Call from.
Farron.
To accept, press
What?
1. To
Sarah?
send a voicemail.
Sarah? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Holy guacamole.
Yo, dude, what's up?
Hey, oh my gosh, wow, I got in right at the end of the stream. That's crazy. Yeah, like that other guy, I've probably called into the stream, you know, a couple hundred times, something ridiculous, something probably mentally, you know, not all there. But
nice. Well, you're on.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Wow, this is great.
What do you think?
I thought I'd be a lot more nervous. I think it's pretty good. I kind of wish you got me on the food call because I worked at a crazy Chinese restaurant. There's a lot of good stories there, but childhood's a good one. I'm looking forward.
I mean, it's up to you. We've been talking about food with the boys for the past 30 minutes, so we can talk about food now. I'll let you decide.
No, let's try to close it with a nice bookend on the actual topic. How about that?
All right, that's a good idea. All right,
I'll bring you back around. Yeah.
Childhood. What do you have to say about childhood?
Childhood's a wacky thing, man. I don't know. It's really like so much of it determines how much, like, what a weirdo you turn out to be in your adult life. And like, you think about back to the times in like the 70s and everything when a kid go outside and then there was all that weird panic about like, you know, oh, some guy at a van's going to come up and like scoop up your kid and like Dahmer him and all that stuff.
Hell yeah.
And, that didn't really go away. Like with social media and stuff, that whole like umbrella parenting thing just kind of got exacerbated. And like now everyone's inside and like even if they could go outside, they've got their phones and computers and stuff. And so they don't want to do anything, you know? Like
it's an interesting point is, you know, considering the 90s version of the child abductor where they drive up to you in their car and they say, hey kid, I got candy in here, wouldn't you like to go for a little drive? Like if that kid's got a phone, you know.
The thing is also like as technology has increased, it's that kind of like arms race of child abductor versus child abductee, where now if you want to like, if you're some creep trying to get, you know, kids with their shirts off and all that stuff,
creeps
you don't have to drive around in a white van anymore. You just go on to like some social media thing and be like, hey kid, you want some digital candy in the digital world? You could get the digital pictures.
You could join our Discord server if you're a creep.
Yeah. I don't want to bandy about the G word. I know that's a hot topic, but grooming is kind of big now in the zeitgeist.
Grooming. Tell us about that.
You know, well, okay, yeah. Let the folks at home know what grooming is.
You an expert. You an expert on grooming. Tell us about it.
No, but I you know, I've got a little brother right now, and it's interesting watching him grow up and kind of grow up in a world that I came to about halfway through my life. He's a Zoomer, right? So he's 14 years old now, and you know, my mom kind of like, you know, she's doing her own thing, and then my stepdad, he works a lot, and so a lot of the time, my brother is just in his room on his computer on Discord, and like I'm pretty confident that he's hanging out with okay people, like he's a good kid and everything, but he shared my Steam account, my video game account, and he added some of his friends. And I just get kind of concerned because some of these guys are like giving me weird vibes. I'm seeing them play games that I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to see you playing furry feet. You know, like that to me is a red flag.
They're grooming you?
They're not grooming me. I'm worried that my little brother
might be maybe not groomed, but I know that it is very in vogue in internet culture to be kind of like, you know, oh, I'm a sex pervert, you know, I'm a degenerate, and I hate my life and everything's bad, you know, just that kind of vibe that I don't feel comfortable with him, you know, being around too much.
It was like a sort of thing that, like, you know, you could easily grow out of in the past, but now in the present, it's like I could send pictures of myself with fur
Right.
and my naked, you know, whatever.
My
like,
naked toes exposed for all the world to see.
right,
Like some kind of,
just to be like edgy and be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm no sex
Uh,
puritan. I'll fucking draw fur on my pubic hair.
well, you'll see. You see that, and on it, unlike the meat space, right? Internet culture moves a lot
reality?
faster, so you see that ebb and flow of, like, right now it's kind of popular to push back on that in that kind of like, well, being a Puritan Christian is too punk, or is like the punk thing to do now, you know,
To
where
push
they're calling them like coomers and stuff like that.
Is that what coomer means?
Coomer is a porn addict.
Okay. I see.
Yeah. You were talking about doomers and bloomers, and that's all Zoomer talk, ironically enough. But it's basically just like normal shit with like funny words. It's just like pessimist, optimist, creepy porn addict.
What?
Yeah.
I'm okay
Does that make
with
sense?
not knowing these things because, like, I don't want to communicate with children in this
No,
way.
I don't know. You're sounding too like content with how things are going right now. I think you should really just kind of go head first.
I'm just a straight up boomer. I'm okay with that.
That's great. That's great. Are you like a Gen X, like late 30s? I don't know. You don't need to tell me that.
That's the great thing about
but-
being a boomer is, like, it can mean that you were born from 1940 to 2000.
Oh, hey, a little bit of non-repudiation there. That's pretty good.
What does that mean? Why
Oh,
keep using these words I don't mean?
Huh?
I don't know.
Nothing. I don't know. I'm telling you now though, like those FBI guys, they are lame. I'm not one of those guys. So you don't need
Yeah,
to worry.
they aren't hot at all. They don't get it. They don't know how to make me come.
With lasers typing away in those hot, sweaty rooms, I know.
I love that
yeah.
when watching the like How to Catch a Predator. It's like you got the middle-aged person who's just like, yeah, it's my job to pretend to be a 12-year-old boy all day.
Absolutely.
And to get pedophiles as horny as possible. That's my job.
Yeah.
Is not to pretend like I'm a normal 12-year-old, but to pretend like I'm like a fucking just like pedophile's dream and like a fucking
just a sweaty red face. Yeah. No, they catch the guy and then
I wish that
they catch the guy and they have to pull him away from the chair. Like, okay, we got him. Stop typing.
Yeah. You thought that
Yeah.
was a horny 12-year-old. It's actually a horny 40-year-old.
Oh, wow. Well, most of the people are probably horny 40-year-olds, right? So you can't be that shocked.
I don't know, but
You can't be that
not what
surprised.
they're like, oh, it's always the same excuse. They're like, I knew they were 40. I knew.
Yeah, I just came over to make sure that they were okay. Yeah, okay. Wow, it turns out you're a good guy. That's crazy. We thought he was a pedo. It turns out he's just a good guy.
That is the classic ending to those episodes. It was like, you know what? There's a lot of crazy people online. I just drove 4 hours to meet you to tell you, hey, you shouldn't be being so horny online because there's some wackos out there.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know how we got on. How do we even get on this topic? We're talking about pedophilia.
Oh, okay. So, well, maybe if you don't mind, I can redirect back to
Please do.
my childhood, just
Oh, yeah.
because your childhood. Just some key points. Okay, so I grew up. I spent a portion of my life with a traveling circus. I know that seems kind of weird. But it is true. And it's not a glamorous kind. It's like a gross, grungy, weirdo carny kind, so that wasn't awesome.
How much?
Let me see. I went...
How long?
How much of my life?
Yeah, how long were you involved in that?
Probably just a couple of years. My mom was like a really big, like,
hippie, weirdo, like really radical kind of person. And so she hung out with all of the like, not like cool clowns, but like the like juggalo green dreadlock kinds. You know what I mean? Like crust punks.
They're in circuses?
Yeah, that's a weird aesthetic. Yeah, in New Orleans is where I was born, and there's like a weird subculture of like clowns being cool. Like one of the guys I was around a lot, this guy named Styx the Clown, and he had like the eye makeup, the little like points like Joker.
Yeah.
He had it like tattooed on his face.
Oh god.
So like hobo clown is a aesthetic. It's kind of weird. I don't like it, but
you were like along for the ride. You weren't like a main attraction. It wasn't like the freak baby tent or anything.
No. It's definitely left an imprint as something that I am particularly avoidant to now that I'm a little bit older.
The
it was
circus.
like, we were pretty poor, so like I would like multiple hula hoops on the corner for like money and stuff like that,
At the circus?
Yeah. Well, it was like a caravan, right? And it had like, it wasn't like a big top circus because that's too expensive, but it was more like a traveling train hopping caravan.
Dude, are you fucking with me? Is this real?
No, I'm not. I'm 100%. This isn't like, if you can Google, like if you can get into like find stuff on the internet about underground like New Orleans art weirdo scene, like it's not that weird. It's basically just like hippies. This was like crust punk hippies.
It was like an art house circus.
Yeah. It's like the people who would like, Sid from Toy Story, how he would take all the dolls and like sew them together and stuff like that. Like they like shit like that.
He was a visionary.
Oh yeah, he had visions.
All right.
Yeah. So that was a blip.
Okay.
I went to I had to go to a juvenile mental, I don't know what you call it, like institution, because they thought I was a school shooting threat, which was super cool, very fun, because I had, there was a PowerPoint we had to do for a history class, and as a joke, like how you can make really rudimentary, like animations in PowerPoint, like super shitty, like thing tweeting across the screen kind of shitty animations. Well, you can.
Yeah.
And I was a really lazy kid. I didn't like school. I didn't have a lot of fun in school. It was super shitty. So I didn't do a lot of my work. And like a joke PowerPoint of like a plane flying into a building and exploding. This is just being edgy. I didn't really understand the implications of anything. I was exposed. I watched a lot of movies I shouldn't have watched and shit like that. So I was just being edgy. I thought, shock value equals funny, right? So I was doing the project with this kid, and I showed him the slide on a little like thumb drive, expecting to like get a laugh, right? And I think he was just weirded out, and so fair enough. The thing I wasn't aware of is that he didn't. I don't know what his damage was, but he actually took it and presented it in front of class. He didn't get that I was joking or something. Maybe we were too young or something, and so like he tried to present it as a serious thing, and it was just nightmarishly awkward and embarrassing. And like they called the office in, they were like, "Who's responsible for this?" And it was me, and so. This was right after the Virginia Tech stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so they like searched through my locker, and I really love art. And so I had pictures of like, Master Chief from Halo.
Hell yeah.
With a big Gatling gun, like blowing up alien.
Oh.
Like, get at those Covenants. And they found stuff like that, and they like scanned it and printed out copies and showed my parents, and they're like, this might be a credible threat. And I'm like,
wow.
These guys are like stupid. And so they basically sent me to I had to go to a thing for like a week to get like a clean bill of health before they let me come back to the school. And so
they
I go to
brainwashed
this, like,
you into not shooting up the school as Master Chief?
Dude, I was ready, man. I had my plasma pistol fully charged. I just needed to pull the trigger. But they sent me to this fucking place, and like it was traumatizing, man. I was around kids who were actually like messed up. There was like a girl
who had like a swastika carved into her ankle, like scary shit. And they made me do these like group therapy things and like do Rorschach tests, which I didn't even know they did anymore. But
were you just like,
yeah,
you saw the Rorschach text and you're just like, Master Chief, Covenant.
yeah.
The
I see
hunters.
the blood of the betrayer, the arbiter.
The arbiter. Yeah.
But no, it was just like, I was just like, oh, a seagull, you know, just like normal shit. And they're like, yeah, he's normal. He's just antisocial.
They hear
He's like, he's not antisocial, but he's like, he doesn't like to hang out with the other kids.
They hear you
I'm
say
like, yeah,
seagull and they're
fucking
just like, fucking, yeah, right. Tell us what you really
seagull.
see, you son
Yeah,
of a bitch,
I
you
would-
sick son of a bitch.
Seagull for now. A seagull still alive. Yeah.
Before I've had my way.
A seagull before I got to it. I don't know. It's pretty wild ride, but it was a lot of stuff. I went to a lot of just weird, I don't know, serendipitous types of things like that happened. Like it was a really bizarre childhood. Like I went to the national that same school. I went to nationals in a geography bee. Because I remembered the lyrics to a song.
What does that have to do with geography?
Yeah. So there's this band called They Might Be Giants, which is like a hipster, dorky indie band. I don't know if you know about them. They have this song called Istanbul, parentheses, not Constantinople. And it was a song, and I knew the answer. He said, my teacher asked, like, the final question was like, what was Istanbul previously known as or whatever? And I'm like,
I heard this song.
Like the song.
I've
Yeah,
heard this
and it
song
fucking took me to nationals, dude.
Wow, nationals.
Yeah, and I dropped out in the first pool, my man. No idea what I was talking about. Just a bunch of brainy kids talking about Japan in the 1700s, and I'm like, oh, I'm too cool to be here. Sorry.
Where's
I
the
actually just
question?
remembered I'm too cool.
I need a question about Dr. Worm.
Right, exactly. Yeah, is this going to be about? Is there Halo? Any Halo related information? But yeah. So a lot of that, a lot of alienating. I hate hearing about like that guy who called in earlier. He was like, "Yeah, I'm autistic. I have a bunch of totally relatable symptoms that you definitely do," and I'm like, you know what I mean?
You think you're autistic? Or do you think that there's an overdiagnosis of autism?
That's hard. Yeah, that's a hard one because I do want to, like, temperamentally, I want to push back on that idea of like, oh, does your kid really have ADD, or have you just stuck him in front of an iPad for like the first 7 years of his life? You know, stuff like that.
Right.
It is a little, but no, I'm a little aspy for sure.
It's highly acceptable. Like
yeah,
you
it's
know,
not a
that guy who
it's not
called
like
in,
it's almost
who was he didn't seem that autistic. Like when I think of autistic people, it's like people who are really hard to talk to. But
right.
That wasn't the impression I got with him or you.
Oh, cool. I mean, does that reflect on you? We'll find out.
Maybe I'm a little.
How do you feel about trains?
Yeah, I like trains a lot.
Well, the thing that is irritating about that kind of eagerness to diagnose is like people say they have these kind of like vague. They like you hear, oh well, autism is a spectrum. You know, that's something that's settled, and it's like, well, that's not incorrect, but you either have autism or you don't. And once you are diagnosed with autism, that is when that idea of the spectrum between low and high functioning comes into play. It's not so accurate that, oh, well, autism is a spectrum and everybody is on it somewhere.
Right, because then it's like everybody is autistic, except for, like, there's like 10 people who are perfectly non-autistic, and we found them, and we're going to study them, like... That is the thing with the spectrum.
There is some degree. It really feels undeniable. There's some degree of romanticization in this kind of current generation of mental illnesses, and you see that a lot on things like TikTok, where here's my list of disabilities. Here's how I stim. You know, stuff like that. Things that are being kind of co-opted in a weird, in a way that it's bizarre to watch people who claim to be very compassionate and concerned about mental health awareness using mental health as a marker of social status. That one that's something that I can't quite get on board with, you know.
Right.
And I'm not
You've got people like, you know, like with that in mind, like the person who called in earlier, like they were diagnosed when they're like fucking 6 or something. Like they don't. It's as a 6-year-old, you don't have enough awareness to be like to push back against that at all. Like you're kind of just doing, you know, you're going along with what you're told. So there is like a weird cycle there where it's like, you know, if you're told by medical professionals that you are a certain way, like it's almost like you can act that out.
Well, and then another danger in that is that if you are misdiagnosed at a young age and then put on some sort of long-form medication, then this medication might be altering your behaviors in a way that manifests itself as some form of legitimate mental illness. So, you know, you're like, well, yeah, of course, I've always been numb and weird as a kid. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe that's the case, but also maybe you were a normal kid that got numbed out at a young age and you've always been on this medication, you know. And I'm not saying go off your meds, you know, but like
I mean, I think that all kids are mentally ill. I mean, there's never been a kid that I've met in my life who's like, that's a perfectly well-adjusted normal person. Like they're all crazy, but that's normal. It's normal to be crazy when you're a kid.
You're missing chunks of your brain. I mean, in order to establish a good heuristic, you need the baseline of a fully developed, you know, healthy person. Right.
We're not, it's like, you know, there's a reason kids aren't in charge of things, you know, like we've got to,
how dare
teach them.
How dare you say something like that?
No.
You know?
But yeah,
see what I did? A little reference, a little cultural reference, but
it's just,
but I you know, that is the concern, is that there are people who are maybe not developing in a healthy way due to the advent of something like overexposure to electronics or something like that, and so they get older and older, but mentally they don't have the experiential knowledge to kind of back up their theoretical knowledge, read education. And now they're supposed to be kind of the next generation carrying us forward. They're not necessarily completely in touch with reality. Not to be dramatic.
Dude, you said Advent, Halo, right?
And Final Fantasy.
Is that Final Fantasy 2? I only remember.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a movie. There's like a shitty CGI movie.
Oh, you're right. Advent's also
yeah.
a level in Halo, I think.
Is it?
I don't know. I wasn't ready for.
Oh, okay, all right.
I think it is. I think it is. Okay. You know what? I'm just autistic, and I heard Advent, and I was like, Advent, Halo. I can't think of anything else.
Halo's sick, dude. I like the songs.
Dude, it was good talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, my man. Oh, hey, just want to say real quick, man. I worked a shitty minimum wage fucking moving boxes job, and I listened to Relay and Trials Part 1 and 2 like 300 times. Thanks for all you do, dude. You are my only follower on SoundCloud. You are my only follower on SoundCloud.
Are you the guy who did the your own thing, like what was that thing called?
It was like I don't know what you call it, like an album, Fun World Tonight.
Yes, that was very good.
That's me. It was. It's my first time ever doing any sort of audio thing like that, and I pretty clearly followed in your footsteps, but just not as successful. I'm not as funny, you know. It's kind of hard to do comedy stuff, but I'm glad you like it, man.
Yeah,
really appreciate what you do.
I
Keep
give you
killing it, my man.
sincere praise for making that, because I listened to the whole thing and I enjoyed it. Like, good job.
Oh, no way! Thanks, dude. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, man.
All
Thanks
right,
for
have
calling
a good night,
in.
man.
All right, have a good night.
No problem.
Call from
Owen.
Hey.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Not much. How's it going?
Good. We're just doing the show. We're sort of talking about childhood. Have you been listening at all?
Yeah, I caught like the beginning of it. Some friends pulled me into games, and caught the end of it here. Let me just say up front, Do You Think I'm Happy is like one of the most amazing songs to me, and like spoke to me on a really personal level, man. Thank you for that. It's freaking incredible.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I can throw like a little bit of background about my childhood. Like when I was like 6, my dad, I found out much later, was dying of cirrhosis, and he killed himself. He beat my mom. I wasn't in the house when it happened, but I knew about it from a young age. Been thinking about suicide from a young age, just because my mom told me that. And I don't know. It's
She told you that you were thinking about suicide at a young age?
No, she told me that my dad killed himself when I was like 6.
I see.
Because I found out very recently that when she was a child, a bunch of bad stuff happened when she was a child that her mom never told her about till later, and it really fucked her up. So she didn't want to do that to me. And I'm like, okay, I understand that. And you're a single mom raising a kid. It's really fucked up to be like, hey, I'm going to hold you to account when you're dealing with, to me, like a seemingly impossible situation.
Yeah.
You know, but very recently I've dealt with all that, and like psychedelics, like when you're talking about drugs, I think psychedelics do the opposite thing of trying to push stuff away. They make you face it. Because if you're tripping and there's something you're not dealing with, it's in your face. Like, it forces you to deal with it. So, you know, that's one
what
thing.
What kind of psychedelics were you doing?
Like LSD, like mainly like in high school, like, cause I was, like, I'm like almost 40. So like when I was in high school, that shit was everywhere, like cheap too. And, like mushrooms stuck on my stomach too much. But, yeah, like, and meeting friends in high school that are still my friends to this day, like 4 or 5 of them, plus the psychedelics are the only reason I'm not dead already, like due to suicide. But this isn't my therapy session. I actually have a very strange experience, like probably one of the strangest experiences of my childhood. Right. When I was like, I don't know, in high school, early high school, freshman and sophomore, I went to a friend's house, like to stay overnight with some other people there that were his friends. At one point in the night, and I swear to God, this is fucking real. At one point in the night, have you ever seen the picture of the dogs laying in a circle with their faces down and the dog in the middle sitting up?
No.
No? Okay.
But I
Well,
can
it's like
imagine
this,
it.
yeah, so now picture, I think it was maybe like about 5 of them. They stripped down to their boxers. I'm just standing like near a wall watching this. They put their faces towards the ground, point their asses at each other in a circle, put their hands in the backs of their underwear to spread their cheeks and to force air into their assholes so that they could fart. And they're just in a circle with their asses farting at each other. It's burned into my memory.
That's
like,
yeah, it's mind-boggling.
Isn't it? And it sounds like bullshit, but I'm like, what is happening right now? And I had no frame of reference to deal with that. Like, I don't know, man. That is some weird ass shit that has stuck with me for a long time.
How did you deal with that? Like,
I kind of early on, okay, so when you're dealing with something like your parent tells you what your other parent did, and you've seen, you know, your dad hit your mom in the side of the head to the point where she had to have stitches in her ear, and you had to go stay with other people, and then all that shit happens. Like, I felt like the thread of my thought that continues to this day started when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that, there isn't a broken piece there for me. Like, it's all this just continuous thread. And one thing I've always noticed, too, is that adults always forget what it's like to be a kid, or generally do. Yeah. And, like, to me, I've never lost that. Like, I understand what it's like to be a kid, even as a grown-up. But so often, adults treat kids as if they're adults, like, both in their decision-making and emotionally, and how they treat them. And that shit's, like, not right, man. You know? Like, you can't treat kids as adults.
Do you feel like that's what was happening when you were a kid? Like you were being treated as an adult before you understood that?
To a degree. Yeah, for sure. To a degree. But, you know, my mom was going through her own emotional shit and left me at home a lot, and I was raised by TV in a lot of ways. But, you know, it's just something I've seen, like, throughout my life. And whenever I've interacted with kids, I'm like, I get it, man. Like, this isn't what it's like for me. It's, like, not what's going on for you. And I try to not be that way. But that doesn't mean talking down to them, you know?
Right.
Or, like, treating them like they're unintelligent.
Because that is a
They're
big
just-
thing. It's like, you know, with people, you know, who aren't thinking of kids as adults, but they're thinking them like strictly as kids, they can kind of go too far in the opposite direction where it's like you're just always being like very patronizing and like, you know, as a kid, you can kind of understand that when you reach a certain age where like adults are not talking to you in a normal way. They're being very, I don't know if condescending is the right word, but they're just like, they refuse to connect with you in any kind of real way.
Yeah, they're not treating you like the small person you are. They're treating you like almost an animal,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
A cute little animal.
Yeah, and that's not what kids are. Like, and I don't know. I personally think that having kids is very immoral, like an extremely selfish act, because you're choosing to introduce life into the world based solely on your desires. You know what I mean? And I understand that's a very unpopular opinion, antinatalism and all that, but especially with the state of the world now, like, I'm not on board with that.
Yeah, so you don't want to have kids?
Definitely not. I knew that from a long time ago. I mean, humanity, as far as I can see right now, humanity is one of planet Earth's extinction events. And it's happening right now. Like in what, 200-300 years, we've completely poisoned our biosphere and showed no signs of stopping.
But
like,
there's
where's that going to end?
There's the thing of like, people are going to be having kids regardless of what anybody thinks about it, because there's a biological drive there. So there's kind of a, when I think about it, it's like I want to have kids, and the reason is like I want to be part of the solution for humanity in the future. Like I want to try my best to have kids and raise them in a way that like they're gonna help solve the problems. You know, it's hard for me to say for myself like I'm helping solving the problems of the world, because I don't really feel like that. I don't think that's true. But like somebody's got to do that, or else we're just gonna only have the kids of terrible people rolling around in 20 years, like only the people who care the least and are just like, yeah, well, whatever, like I'm gonna have fucking kids because that's like my biological drive, like and if that's the case, then the world is really fucked.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope you're right, and I'm afraid I am, like, kind of deal. But, I get that, man. I totally get that. And, yeah, it's just, it's a very fucked up situation when, like, again, you were talking about the kids that are just fat, like, so fat, because of how their parents, like, do that. That, absolutely agree. That should be fucking criminal.
That's very immoral.
And how many people, like, even in our country, are like that? Like,
all you got to do is go to Walmart, and you'll find them.
Walmart and malls fill me with existential dread to be in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, always have. It's just something about that feels like the consumerism of it all, like the needless consumerism and all that. I'm just not on board with the whole capitalist structure.
Right. And that's, like if you were to have a kid, it's very hard to like remove them entirely from that, because that is what we're doing. That's what we're living in. Like you gotta,
and
yeah,
I mean, because it's not just that we have the capitalist structure where you're pushed to consume and all that. It's the thick of it is unimaginable misery of being like homeless and that kind of, and being degraded and people look down on you because you don't have money. And a lot of those people just ended up in bad situations, you know, and didn't get the help they need, or simply like lost their jobs for no reason of their own and had no support network. And there's nothing like that in this country. And it's nightmarish, and it's accelerating right now with the way housing costs are going up and all that. And, you know, it's a hard thing for me to wrap my head about bringing kids into this world. Now, the kids that are already here, that need adoption and all that kind of stuff, and that need people to take care of them, that's a totally different thing than to create a new life. You know what I mean? Like, because they didn't have a choice. Like, I never had a choice. And if you ask me, in most of my life, if I had a button that'd be like, never exist, push it or not, I would have pushed it.
How do you feel now?
I'm all right, like pretty good. You know, I've in this last few months, I've worked out a lot of stuff with my mom and talked about every possible thing that I could about her and me and my childhood and all that, and we cleared the air between each other in a way that I think a lot of parents aren't willing to do with their kids. So, I mean, like, I have enormous respect for her for even having this kind of conversations with me.
And I feel like maybe something that comes into play with that is like parents don't often want to like give up that power and control they have over their children. Like they want their children to be their children, and you know, they kind of like they want their opinions to be very important to their children. But it does reach that point where, like, where the children are adults, and it's like you kind of have to get on a level playing field in order to have a normal relationship with your parents, where it's like, all right, I'm an adult and you're an adult. We have a different relationship than we did when you were an adult and I was a child. That's something that is kind of hard for a lot of parents to give up, to normalize a relationship as their child grows up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also comes down to worldviews too. Like, I have a very different worldview from my mom. Like, I'm probably closest to like agnostic or something like that, or like stuff I've seen in deep psychedelic trips. Like, to me, is like, that's like touching divinity of like what these people are talking about when they're talking about religion. And it's like, well, I've experienced something that you never have that seems to me like way more real than what you're talking about. But at this point, I have to be like, well, that's what you feel, and I'm not going to like disparage you for that as long as like you're giving me the same respect the other way.
Right.
And that's kind of the point I got to, like, with, and that was a big point of contention when I was growing up. And even though when I was very young, I like asked Jesus into my heart and literally felt my like heart open and close, like just riding in a car with my mom one day from like the, you know, a radio preacher or something like that. And by the time I was, I don't know, 12, I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. So like, it's something, man. It's really, really wild, like what parents can do to their kids.
Yeah.
And what it's just nuts, man. But yeah, I mean, we wanted to just share that story.
Yeah,
sorry.
And everybody goes through it. Like, it's different for everybody, but like, you know, that's something we all have in common, is that there are a couple of people who are like giving us the example of how to be a person for many, many years.
Yeah. I also had someone in my life too who was like, he had his own family and kids, and he was kind of like, when he could, like, took the time to be like a surrogate father to me. And that was like extremely impactful and meaningful, like, in my life. And I don't feel like people do that, like, really either. And that's something that people could do, like to improve, like, you know, like just having an example for me and like showing me like how you can be. Like that's one thing like I think a lot of people don't understand about what parenting is. It's not, hey, do this, listen to me. You are teaching a child how to be, how to react to things, what emotional reaction you're going to have. And no child learns that by what any parent says. They learn it by what they see and how the parent reacts to things.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's like, and that must be, you know, I'm not a parent, so I can't speak with full knowledge or anything, but it's like, you know, that seems like the most difficult part of being a parent is like, it's not just when you decide like, okay, now I'm going to, I've thought about it and now I'm going to set the example for my child. It's like every single second of your life.
Yeah.
You live with your kids. They see you every second, all the time. They notice how you are in a very real, like moment to moment way. It's not like you get to decide when your kids are going to start like listening to you. They just listen to you all the time. All your bad shit that you do. That's sort of why I was talking earlier about like you're going to accidentally traumatize your kids. Is it becomes like, because you're a normal person, you're a human being. Like you do shitty things sometimes, and your kids are going to be there every time. Every time you react to something in a your weird specific way, they're going to see it.
Mm-hmm. And that's how they're going to learn to react to the similar situations, and that's how they learn what emotions are. And kids are really observant, like, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think people, like, neglect that, too, of just how observant kids are, like, at all times. And, like, to me, like, most of everything just seemed like bullshit, like, from when I was a small kid, about, like, what I was told. It's like, it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Like, about
because when you're
consumerism and capitalism and schooling and everything like that. And I would find myself, like, as I went along, I don't know, 80 to 90% right in the time, like about how I felt when I was younger.
Because when you're told things, it's like that's the stuff. It's like the parents have like, you know, this is what I've decided I want to pass down, and that has very little to do with like the actual feeling. Like what you decide to pass down is totally different from what you actually pass down, because what you actually pass down is just who you are. Like you have no choice of what you pass down to your kids, because you just have to be, you know, yourself. Like, because it's all day, every day. Like you can't just lie. You can't just be a completely fake person every single day of your life for 18 years. That won't work.
I mean, some people do. Like, for sure.
Really?
And
you think people do that for like
course.
for the entire 18 years? Like they can just be like, all right, I'm gonna
People
just
do that
be
for their whole lifetime.
I'm just gonna be a different person for all this time.
Yeah, for their whole lifetime even. Like, because it's not about the kid, it's about themselves. And like them denying who they are.
I see.
And like trying to pretend to be something else. But that's, in my opinion, way different from people who choose to be something. Like personally, like I have like a tremendous amount of respect for like transsexual people, who are like, in spite of everything I know that I'm going to have to deal with, like I'm making a choice to decide who I want to be. And like so many people seem unable to make that choice that they get like so angry, not specifically on the transsexual issue, but just in general about like who they are, you know, that I think a lot of rage gets directed to them because they're like, wow, I wish I could have that kind of courage and the ability to be like, well, I'm not going to be like how other people decide I am. Like, I'm not letting other people make that choice for me. And I think that's incredibly like that takes so much like heart, man.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say because I haven't had kids.
Yeah.
And I feel like the problem that I will have to figure out when I do have kids, because I really do want to, is like trying to balance the kids with all this stuff, the minute hour. And, you know, it's like this takes a lot of time, and it's time that will eventually be specifically, you know, time that I can't spend with my kids. And so it's like, you know, it'll be hard to figure out how to not resent my kids for taking time away from this. And you know, it's, that's a problem I'll have to figure out at some point.
So for you doing the minute hour and all that, has that been like therapy for you? Has that been like how you kind of like deal with the world and like just kind of help you understand it and
in the
like
sense,
show people what's going on?
In the sense of like, you know, this is what I enjoy doing. Like it's very clear to me that like this is what gives me joy in the world, is to make this kind of stuff. And so if I can't do this, you know, life becomes very, very upsetting to me, because it's like, well, what am I doing? What am I doing with my time? It's like everything is just, this is a complete waste of time, things that I'm doing that aren't specifically related to this, because this is the thing that when I'm doing it, I actually think is fun. And like, you know, time flies when you're having fun. It's like, that's this. It's like, I do this because I can work on it for 8 hours a day, and that makes the day feel good. Whereas if I spend 8 hours doing anything else in the day, I feel like a fucking loser and feel like total shit. I feel like that'll be different, you know, when I got kids, because it's like, you know, raising kids, that seems like a worthwhile endeavor. So it's like, if I spent 8 hours...
Raising kids right definitely is.
Right, raising them right. So if I spent my time doing that, like, you know, that I feel like that would feel good. But there would also be like this pain inside me of like, but I may be raising these kids, but I'm not doing what I actually like, which is making shit for the internet.
Yeah, the internet's fucking weird, man, growing up with it and like that. But can I say something about the way you might frame it? Because I noticed you just said can't. Be like, well, I can't.
Yeah.
And if you're viewing your kid as, you're preventing me from doing this, I can't, that's going to, that you definitely will have like resentment.
Yeah.
Like maybe look at it like, I'm choosing not to do that, to focus my energies on this, because I feel this is equally or even more worthwhile, like ultimately.
Yeah.
And if you're choosing to do something, like that's way different than being like, you can't do something.
I think you're right. Like that will be the, you know, the change that makes it happen. Is like, but there's a part of me that's like, you know, I've got something to prove. It's like, I want to do this until I've reached a certain point, and then I can be like, ha, all right, I proved it. I can do this. I did it, in fact, and it's already done, and now I can move on, and I can have a family and everything. Whereas like right now I'm in the phase of just like, I've just got to keep doing this because like I've got to reach that point. But you know, it's I also don't have a girlfriend or anything, so it's not like kids are like in the picture.
Yeah. But I mean, is this for you a destination thing? Because to me, and from talking to you now and just like seeing your stuff, it seems like a journey, and it's not about the destination.
Right. I mean, this is just what I do. This is what I've been doing since I was like a teenager. Like, it's I have to do it or else I become crazy. Like when I go for weeks without working on creative stuff, I get legitimately crazy. Like it's not fun. Like I need to express myself in this way, or else like life is no longer like a fun time.
Yeah, man. And especially with how things are, like having like enjoyment and not being shitty to other people is like that's basically it. You know what I mean? Like, there's not much more to it than
Right.
that.
You got to have,
And, like,
something for yourself so that, like, you can give back to others.
yeah. And hey, like you said, like, oh, you haven't contributed or, you know, had a positive impact on kids. And you got young listeners and stuff like that. Like, you had a positive impact on my life, and I came to you, like, as an adult. Like, I guarantee you're having a positive impact on, like, kids' lives, like, even now. Even if it's only a small amount of them.
Dude.
Like, that still makes a difference.
Hell yeah. Those fucking Zoomers. You think the Zoomers listen to TMH? No way.
Dude, you have one call in. Like, he was born in 2000.
You're right. All right. But still. I don't
Definitely, dude.
I don't understand. I don't understand these kids. All right, hey, man.
Crazy kids these days.
Thank you for calling in. You're going to be the last
Yeah,
call
man.
in of the show.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Anyway, man, Righteous, keep doing what you do, man. You're enriching the world, and yeah, I just wanted to get that fart story out because that was fucking nuts.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate you calling in.
All right. Take care, man. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Okay. A couple long calls at the end here. That's typically what happens. We're going to stop because it's been 5 hours. That's plenty, you know? Think about real shows. Podcasts or call-in shows, 5 hours. What the fuck are we doing? But it flies by. It goes by so dang quickly. All right. Quick notes here at the end before we close up. First, the music from the stream. Oh, wait. I'll say at the end because we're going to go back into music. All right. You see here MoxieFamous on the computer screen, on your computer screen, is stapling these issues of the Mighty Lighthouse. The Mighty Lighthouse is a zine. Zine is short for magazine. And our zine is like a magazine, you know, but it doesn't have any ads or anything. It's a little bit smaller. It's just full of comedic writing and art. And for this issue, I put this issue together. I did the design and layout off of a whole bunch of submissions from people on the Discord server. If you would like to submit to the zine through the Discord server, there is an open invite link in the video description of this video. Click that link if you know what Discord is. If you have a Discord, even if you don't, you can make a Discord in like 2 seconds. Go in that server, you go to the bullpen zine, you can start submitting stuff right away. MoxieFamous is putting together the next issue. For every issue, he prints and trims and staples and folds and collates and all this. But for every other issue, he actually does the design and layout. So like I said, I did the design of this issue. He's doing the next one. Volume 3, Issue 10 is the next one. It's the last issue of Volume 3. The prompt, there's kind of a theme for this next issue. It's going to be pro-tobacco, pro-smoking. So if you submit things with that in mind, you've got, you know, a greater chance of getting in. MoxieFamous is going to put that whole issue together. It'll be out by the end of the year. You can order this issue that MoxieFamous is stapling right now. This is Volume 3, Issue 9. Also in the description of this video, there's a link there. This is Buy the Zine. Click on that. It's like $5 plus shipping. They look great. They feel great. You should definitely buy one. You don't have to, though, because if you don't have any money, you can just wait till the end of the month, and the zine will go online. There's a digital edition, full PDF, totally free. If you go to theminutehour.com/zines right now, you'll find every single issue of the zine that's been made in the past. There's like 27 issues. They're all freely available. You can download the PDF. You can print it out yourself if you want to. It won't look as good as ours, just so you know. So buying them from us is obviously the best solution. But, you know, you can just look at them if you want. You can read through them. Okay, again, the invite link to the Discord where you can submit to the zine, the next issue of the zine, the last issue of Volume 3, is in the description of this video. You can buy the zine, also in the description of this video, the link for that. The HUD/overlay from this stream that you're looking at right now with the hands and the microphone, that's from Slouch. His channel is also linked in the description of this video. He's a very, very talented animator. Highly recommend you check him out. And lastly, the music that played during this stream is from Stomach Book, the artist formerly known as Jibral, who was played during the Sub TV stream last year. Stomach Book has a new album out that we've been listening to this stream. The links to his SoundCloud and Bandcamp are in the description of this video. All the links you need for anything that's related to this are in the description of the video. And, yeah, I'm going to just play a couple more songs here. And then we're ending the stream. Thank you, everybody, for calling in. Appreciate it. We'll be doing another call-in show in a couple weeks with some more interesting things. I've got lots of things to announce. We're working on lots of things. I'm not going to tell you what they are now, but you will see. And, yeah, guess that's it. All right, bye-bye.
In my little space, nothing changes. I don't like this place. I wanna escape this. I made all those promises to distract myself from the meaninglessness. Does anyone else see how scary it is to exist? If I disappear, who's to say that I was here? I want to feel alive. I want to feel alive. regrets.